Good morning. This is the Citrus County Planning and Development Commission public hearing for May 19th, 2022. If you'd like to join us at this time, I invite you to please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, please give us the grace to be understanding, patient, and tolerant. With these attributes, we can conduct our work in a manner which will be pleasing to Thee, our county, and its residents. In the Lord's name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If we have the roll call, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The following Planning and Development Commission members are present this morning. Robert Bass, Chair. James Royce, Second Vice Chair. Richard Barnes. David Bramblett. Michael Facemeyer. Kurt Stone. And William Berta, alternate.
Thank you. If any person decides to appeal any decision made by the Commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purposes, he or she may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record includes testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. During public input portions of the meeting, individuals are given 3 minutes, representatives of an organization are given 5 minutes. When anyone wishing to speak comes to the podium, please complete a yellow form to hand to the recording secretary. Please print your name, address, and the number of the application for which you are speaking on. The yellow forms can be found at the podium by the door. If representing an organization, a letter of authorization must accompany the speaker. Comments will be limited to the topic being heard. Please state your name, spell your last name, and give your address for the tape record. At this time, this is an opportunity for the public to come forward and address the Commission on any issues that you may wish. You may come forward on the applications at that time, but if there's anything else other than these applications, you're welcome to come forward. Okay, seeing none, we have no minutes to approve. Staff announcements.
None at this time. Our county attorney will be joining us shortly, but I'll move on to her items since she's not here at the moment. We'll go ahead with ex parte communication. Excuse me, whoever's talking
me.
loudly. Can't hear you. Can't
Excuse me,
hear
if
over
we
you.
hold on to talking, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get there. Okay. If any commissions has any ex parte communication with any of the applications on the agenda today, we'll start with Mr. Barnes.
Site visited on all.
None.
None.
None?
None.
Thank you.
And per our usual in this room, we have technical difficulties, but he's working on it. We have our expert, so give us a moment here.
While we're waiting, I would like to say something.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's fine. So as y'all may know, maybe not, that I've resigned my position as growth management director, and I will be leaving employment with Citrus County. May 31st is my last day. This was a really difficult professional decision that I made, but I think it's the right time for me to do this. I also wanted to say that I've been in the city planning, county planning realm for about 34 years, and I'll say y'all are probably one of the best, if not the best, commissions that I've ever worked for or worked with. Y'all are deliberative, thoughtful, you have dialogue, and I really appreciate that. Y'all are a really good commission, and I've enjoyed working with y'all. The staff that y'all have is amazing. The planning director you have, Ms. Katu, is an amazing planner, a great person, a great manager. We're very, very fortunate to have her here. All the planners, as you know, are planners that promote the public interest, and that's their job. Their first responsibility is to the public, and they take that very highly, and I've been very appreciative of that. The county attorney, you're very fortunate to have the county attorney that we do. She's knows land use law as well as many other local government areas of law. So I think it's been really good to have her on board too. I've learned a lot. I've been very fortunate to work with the people I do, and I will miss my friends and colleagues here at Citrus County.
We wish you well, Michael, in your new endeavors, wherever they may land you, and it's been a pleasure working with you as well.
Thank you.
Michael, I was disappointed when I learned that you would be leaving. I appreciate your time here, and I appreciate your professionalism. And it's been a pleasure working for you, or working with you, and it's going to be Citrus County's loss.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And our technical difficulties continue. Please bear with us for a moment, folks.
I'll go ahead and skip to the end then if you want to. Your next two meetings in June, you have 3 items and 4 items, so nothing like this particular agenda, although all of them are somewhat in-depth. The stormwater and waterfront setbacks ordinance that y'all have considered is scheduled for the county commission on May 24th at 5:05. So that one's coming as well. Y'all have already seen that.
Good.
So now I'm done. I can go home, right?
You can go home if you want then, Joanna.
Yeah. We can proceed without if it's not a chance to fix, but
I think I got it.
think you got it? Okay, good.
I can always put it back there too and broadcast it.
Oh, you're awesome. All right.
Keep that man around.
I know, believe me.
Our county dinosaurs. Well, they count.
Go ahead, and anyone that wants to speak at the podium, there are slips by the door. Are they on yellow? Yeah, okay. We're in trouble finding yellow paper. There's yellow slips by the door if you want to go ahead and fill those out. If you're planning on speaking on a particular application, you can go ahead and do that while we're in this technical lull.
I have a feeling this 24 ounce is not going to be enough.
I don't think so.
May have to go back.
Actually, I don't know. Cheryl, do the applicants also fill those out for you?
Usually not.
That's what I thought. We can actually, on the first one, we can start. They didn't have a PowerPoint, did they? Okay. They wanted to reference that for their talk. All right. Trying.
I'm gonna take that flash drive with me in there.
Sure.
And you can run it like you would here. And just tell me when you wanna go to the next slide. And I'll switch it up like that. Alright. While you're reading out them, just say next slide.
Are we good, or will we be good?
He is gonna broadcast from his room, I think.
Yeah,
and-
I'm gonna broadcast it from the room. She can still read it here and it'll still broadcast. She'll just have to tell me when to switch slides.
Okay.
Will our thing on the podium won't work as well, our clicker? Probably not.
We will now.
Okay, good. So we can click it there, she just can't?
Right.
Okay, perfect.
If our first applicant would like to come forward at this time,
We have the coordinator first, so as soon as we get it up, I think there's a slide on there that they wanted to reference with the applicant's
Okay.
presentation, that's why we were holding a bit. Just a reminder, these things go on YouTube after the meeting. If y'all have some time on your hands, you can see yourself. There we go.
all right.
Hi, thank you so much for your patience, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Hoover. I'm with the Land Development Department Coordinator. And this is going to be for application CU 2206 Todd Pressman for Crystal River metal recycling. Next slide, please. Aerial view of the subject property. Next slide. Site plan as submitted by applicant. Next slide. Looking northwest on Gulf to Lake Highway, State Road 44. Next slide, please. Looking southwest on West Gulf to Lake Highway, State Road 44. Aerial view, view of subject property from access point. Looking west on Old Citrus Road. Looking east on Old Citrus Road. Looking south on Roslyn Way. And next slide, please. Site plan as submitted by the applicant on 4/29/2022.
Thank you.
And we'll leave this up here. I think the applicant wanted to use the site plan as their part of their presentation. Thank you.
Please come forward.
Mr. Chairman and board members, my name is Todd Pressman, 202nd Ave South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm here today with Mr. Eric Hamsch and Mark Jones, who are the owners and operators of the site. We appreciate you being here this morning. Let me say 3 primary points right up front. The one is that the machine that creates the noise is not moving. It remains in the same exact place. Number 2, the sole purpose of this expansion is to solve issues of the operation of the site and some that have been cited by citizens. And third, this property, both properties, have a very long time history of zoning and future land use of heavy industrial, definitely since 1990 and very likely prior to that. So the intensity on these parcels have a long history in the county. So let's look first at the plan, because that's most important. And this doesn't seem to be working.
Oh, I thought it was. Okay, so unfortunately, I feel used it more.
Okay.
It's just moving his mouse. Sorry.
May I use the mouse cursor for just a minute to show a
Absolutely.
few items, if I
Whatever you
may?
need to, absolutely.
Thank you.
Or you can go to the screen and do the Vanna White thing, whatever.
Oh, thank you for relinquishing your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is that showing up there?
Oh, and you know what?
No,
No, it's
he's
not.
driving
I'm
the bus.
sorry. You're gonna have to point to the screen. I
Okay.
apologize. We're just having a very lovely tech.
Okay.
Right behind you is fine.
I'm
To
sorry.
point with, you can use my pen to point with if you need to.
Okay. I just want to be on record. Thank you for your patience. So, Mr. Chairman and board members, the first change is access and flow to the site, which is here, which we'll be able to move the long line of customers and people waiting to get in to the new property, which will flow here in this area. Once that sorting's been done as to what materials they have, they'll move to the rear of the property, which is here, and do their business and their work. So the function of flow is going to be tremendously better because the new property will afford us plenty of room for employee parking and for customer flow. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. That will alleviate what has been called as backing up onto Gulf Lake and any kind of clumping in terms of coming into the access point. That will completely free up that area. That is one of the main purposes of expanding this use. That will also allow storage of materials to be distributed to the new property. Now, the storage on the new property will only be for non-metal items, so they won't be noise generating as metal clamping on metal, only for non-metal. So again, the sensitivity is to not moving noise generating issues to the new property, but providing plenty of employee parking and customer parking and sorting area to move the flow through. We've also increased the buffer on Old Citrus to 25 feet where 20 feet is required. Now, I do want to mention for your consideration a couple of conditions, Mr. Chairman and board members, in regard to the plan. We're proposing the 5-foot A buffer and fence to remain on the original parcel, remains as is. On the new parcel, what we're proposing is, because it is a very dense forestation, is rather than cutting down a forest of 25 feet and replacing it with a much less D buffer, what's there now is much higher, much thicker, much denser, to leave the existing forestation in the buffer area versus the D as required. And secondly, we see no reason to require a wall versus an OPEG solid fence. That makes no difference in terms of any kind of sound issues. So we would ask for condition number 1 to leave the forestation in the buffer versus the D, and number 2, a fence instead of a wall. What we'd also do in regard to that is we would replace the fence that faces Gulf to Lake, which is in not great shape, and that would be replaced in the same manner, OPEG fence, that we would do around the existing new property, so there's conformity and the appearance of the site is much better on Gulf to Lake. And again, leaving the 5A buffer and fence on the original property. We think that a new vinyl fence surrounding the site will be a nice appearance versus the wall. Now, I think it's very important to say that, emphasizing, since 1990, this site has been zoned and future land use category as heavy industrial, obviously one of the most intensive zoning categories. So it's been known for a very long time along the stretch of Gulf to Lake, State Highway 44, which is a state highway roadway, is a major truck route, and is a very intensive roadway. In fact, it carries 27,000 vehicles average per day, that this is a stretch of intensity. There's a tow truck operator with storage. There's a plumbing operator. Across the street is a landscaping facility that has large amounts of material stacked up. So this is an intense area, and it's been that way under zoning and future land use for almost 30 years, and per record, and likely prior to that. In that regard, other uses under the heavy industrial are permitted by right, which would include any kind of manufacturing, any kind of processing that's non-hazardous, junkyards, salvage yards, commercial recycling, slaughterhouse, commercial incinerators could move on these sites today and provide a lot more intensity right up to the border, right up to Old Citrus, than what we're proposing to do today. I know on the surface, because of the existing use, it sounds like it would be very intensive, but what we're clearly doing and what we're presenting to you is a way to move the expansion of this use without moving the noise generators, so that the issues that the county's seen and some citizens have seen and that we've seen can be fixed and solved and be better than what can go on these sites under heavy industrial use now. We believe our plan does that better, even with the conditions that we're proposing. So as I've worked with Mr. Hampsh and Mark, we put this plan together specifically to cure the customer flow and access points, and to make sure that we're not going to be creating any additional impacts onto Old Citrus or the other properties as well, and at the same time improving the appearance, the function, and ability of the property owner to solve issues of traffic flow, reducing the amount of materials that are stacked because they'll have more room, and do it better than what's called for under the code in terms of buffering. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions or any concerns you might have. And we're happy to be here today and happy to have your consideration. Ms. Coutu.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for that presentation. You did answer a lot of the questions that came up in public input. I appreciate that. You dealt with the traffic backups on 44. I think I understood from your testimony, because there was a lot of complaints about noise, that the additional area is not adding any equipment for additional noise, that's already there, and you're not adding additional items that would generate more noise. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, let me clarify 2 points. One is there's one machine that's a big noise generator that the large metal pieces are put in, that crunches and pushes them and forms them. That's a noise generator. That is staying exactly in the same location. That's not changing. Nothing of that is changing. The second element of noise is when metal is stacked on top of metal. That will not occur on the new property. That will be non-ferrous on the new property. That will remain the same on the original property. So on the other property, and I'll ask Mr. Hamsh, as I understand it, there may be some forklifts, things of movement, but that will be non-metal in that regard. Is that correct? And Mr. Hamsh is indicating yes.
Okay, and also you wanted, instead of the type D buffer with the wall on Roslyn and Old Citrus, you wanted a existing vegetation plus a opaque fence, is that right?
That's correct. And I would also say that if it's found that the existing forestation does not match the D would be in place, but looking at that forestation a number of times, it's again higher, thicker, much better noise reducer than what a D would be.
Okay,
And then also that the fence would remain along the original property at the 5-foot A.
right, you're volunteering the 5-foot opaque along 44, but you're gonna continue to maintain that, correct?
Yes, and also add, we would also, if acceptable to the board, we would be replacing the fence along Gulf to Bay to match the new fence at the property.
Okay, so it also would be opaque then?
OPEG, of course, yes.
Okay, and finally, you see a lot of comments about the height of the pile that wasn't really addressed in the existing conditional use. Do you have any comments on that, or is there a height limit that you're proposing?
Well, considering the uses that are permissible today by right under heavy industrial, and there would be no restriction to that, I think that, and I'll just throw it, I think that we could live with a 25-foot height maximum.
Thank you, sir. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one.
Yes, Commissioner Facemeyer.
You commented that in the two new proposed storage facilities, there would be non-metal things stored. Can you give us an example of what non-metal items would be stored there?
Eric, Eric, you need to come up and name and address.
Eric Hamsh, 17824 Crawley Road, Odessa, Florida. Non-metal is not the correct term, it's non-ferrous. You have ferrous items, steel, non-ferrous is like aluminum. So those would be like aluminum piles.
Okay, so a soft drink can as opposed to steel and iron.
Correct, and those items are already typically baled already. So you take a bale and you stack it there until it's ready to ship.
Okay, so understand, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission?
Yes, I have one.
Yes, Commissioner.
Can you speak to the current conditional use and the hours of operation? We have some comments from the public talking about hours of operation exceeding the limits that were proposed.
There are operating hours in listed on the condition, and Mr. Hamsh, you're acceptable of those hours, correct?
Are we currently following hours of operation? Or that's one of the questions that I have for staff too, but I'm asking you guys, the current conditional use, were there hours of operation proposed? And then are they being followed because the public is mentioning otherwise?
First of all, Mr. Hamsh, first of all, with respect to the board, you're accepting of the hours proposed under this conditional use as proposed by the staff, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think there was a misunderstanding that where we could start at 7, and we were told we can't start till 8, so we've corrected that.
Okay, currently, right now?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Stone.
In the new addition here, this would, you would be shifting metal now, whether it's ferrous or unferrous, into various piles in that area. Is that correct?
Yes, and I apologize if my statement about metal was incorrect. I'm not a recycling guy, that's how I understood it. So Eric, would you please come up and clarify that for the board, make sure that we have clarity on that, please?
All right, could you repeat the question, please?
I said, it's my understanding that in the new addition that you will be shifting material within there, and that will be metal-based material, whether it be ferrous or non-ferrous. Is that correct?
Typically non-ferrous, correct.
Okay. And presumably you'll be doing this with a forklift?
Correct.
Will that forklift have a backing bell?
Yes.
Okay, those are particularly irritating and carry a long distance, I might add, having lived close to a Home Depot with their backing bells. But at any rate, I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond to that, please?
Absolutely, sir.
And sir, if I may, with all due respect, the heavy industrial zoning and land use category, by right, could allow half dozen or more uses that would, by right, permit that type of use with a
Right,
forklift.
I'm not talking about permits by right. I'm talking about annoyances to your neighbors.
Yes, sir, and not in debate with respect to you. I'm just indicating that the zoning feature land use would allow that, would allow a forklift use by right. So it's a use that's recognized under the zoning and land use that's been there a long time. I understand your point. I'm just trying to
I have one more. Trying to
make you feel a little better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good for you. Okay.
Commissioner Bramblett?
The other thing I wanted to mention, you have your site plan here that talks about the flow of traffic and keeping the traffic off of 44. I don't see anything on the conditions that speak to that. Would you be opposed to us actually adding or amending one of the conditions that would make sure that it would in fact stay that way in future? Because I know how business works. You get busy. The next thing you know, you start taking spots that were for overflow parking and to keep traffic and the throat distance and everything, and now you're storing materials there.
Yes, sir. Okay with that? You okay with that? Mr. Hamps indicates he's fine with that.
Thank you.
Not quite
Thank you, sir.
understanding what kind of a condition are you trying
I
to?
just want to make sure that like this overflow parking area that they're noting on their site plan actually stays like that. Because what happens is then now they've expanded their site, they get really busy. It's just business, I understand. And the next thing you know, they start piling up materials there. And then now the spot that was intended for overflow and traffic and to keep the cars off of 44 turns into storage for materials. And then we're back to square one with cars out on 44.
And I think they're bound by the site plan. If you approve this, that is carved in stone.
So
put in-
this
put-
site plan basically is
Condition,
the
right.
condition.
Condition number one is as per that site plan, it is that site plan.
Okay, all right,
So-
I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one concern in the drainage. Will you be modifying that existing retention pond in order to accept the additional flow of water?
My best answer to you is that they'll have to go through site planning and SwiftMud and, and a number of agencies for that to be determined, but they will be required at multiple levels to provide proper retention at the site. I can't answer to you today if that would change that retention pond or if another one would be required. That would depend upon the topography of the land, but that will absolutely be required to be addressed and accommodated.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Appreciate
you, board members.
it. Staff presentation, please.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to say next slide. You can try to do the clicker, try the clicker, but I think the pointer is what's not working, not the clicker.
This is a laser pointer, sorry.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Well,
If you need a point, yeah, keep it up there on the podium, that's good, you can point to things.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Amber Split, planner with Land Development. We're going to talk about CU 2206, Todd Pressman for Crystal River Metal Recycling. This is to amend an existing conditional use to expand the existing site. Oh. Next slide. Here on the aerial, you can see the proposed and the existing site outlined in that blue. It is zoned industrial and it currently operates as a metal recycling center. The proposed would add approximately 1.66 acres, and together with the proposed and the existing site, it would be approximately 3.24 acres. The proposed site is vacant, wooded. It has transformer boxes on the north property line on Old Citrus Road. And there's a fence that goes around the proposed
Excuse me.
site.
No talking at this time, please. Can you speak up a little bit too, Amber,
Yep.
please?
Just try to
Thank
speak
you.
right in the microphone. It's not really picking you up well.
The site takes access from West Gulf to Lake. Next slide, please. Here we see the future land use map. It is industrial. The proposed and existing site is industrial. To the north, we see a mobile home park. To the west, we have some MDR and LDR. To the south is industrial. And to the east, we have West Gulf to Lake and then some GNC and industrial. Next slide, please. And this is the back one, please. This is the current land use map. To the north, we have MDR. To the west, we have LDR. To the south is industrial, and then to the east is Gulf to Lake, GNC and industrial. Next slide, please. This was the site plan that was originally submitted by the applicant. This is showing how they originally proposed a 20-foot type D buffer. They also provided that employee parking, parking and overflow, the sorting, and then multiple areas for storage. And then it also showed the existing site and the flow of traffic. They were proposing no new buildings on this site plan on either the proposed or the existing site. Engineering did have comments that the site must meet Chapter 6 and 7 of the Land Development Code, and they must also meet buffer requirements and ISR requirements in the LDC. Next slide, please. These are photos taken of West Gulf to Lake Highway from the west and the east. Next slide. The entrance from Gulf to Lake onto the existing site. To the right, you can see that it is pretty heavily wooded. That would be the proposed site. Next slide, please. And just a few visuals for us. This will take you down the property line of the existing and the proposed sites, just showing the tree line there. Next slide, please. And the next slide, please. This is the access on Roslyn Way, the opaque fence that is currently there, and the access on Roslyn, which was originally conditioned to be used for emergency access only. Next slide. This is Old Citrus Road, looking west and east on Old Citrus Road. Next slide. And this is south on Roslyn. This is the intersection of Old Citrus and Roslyn, showing a single family dwelling, and the second photo there is across Old Citrus in the mobile home park. Next slide. And there's just more photos across from Old Citrus of the mobile home park. Next slide, please. This is along Old Citrus of the proposed site. The first one's of the corner of Gulf to Lake and Old Citrus, showing again that it is pretty heavily wooded there. And then the transformer boxes located on the north of the property line there on Old Citrus. It was not indicated on their site plan, the transformer boxes there, but it does appear that they would encroach into the buffer, the required buffer and their proposed buffer. Next slide, please. And just a photo from Roslyn, again showing that it is heavily wooded there. This was the original site plan we discussed earlier. Next slide, please. And this was submitted by their quasi-input date. Staff did not review this, but I did want to make sure that it was in the PowerPoint for you guys to see. And with the proposed conditions, the use of the site will meet the intent of the comprehensive plan and the land development code. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Thank you very much. The public portion of the meeting will now be open. If there is anyone present in favor of the application who would like to speak, please come forward to the podium. As a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes to speak and organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on the application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you want to be entered into the record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor? Anyone would like to speak in favor? Anyone would like to speak in favor? Seeing none. If there is anyone present opposed to the application who would like to speak, please come forward to the podium. If there is, you can come forward and make your presentation at this time. And as a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes and organizations have 5.
My name is Blair Commons, 6094 West Pine Circle, Crystal River. I represent Seven Rivers Presbyterian Church and Christian School across the street from this facility. I spoke last time when we went and had the conditional use amended for them, and I believe the main part of that was to have this facility put on acreage that was smaller than the code allowed. And it was surprising to say that one of the reasons they need to expand it is because the acreage is not enough. They're having trouble keeping traffic off the roads and things like that. So that was a little interesting that they have that problem because we went against the code, the written code, to allow them to have that site. So, you know, I've been here 50 years in this community. I moved here when my father helped start Sugar Mill Woods, and I love this community. I love business. I love growth, which some people who are going to be speaking here are not going to be for those things. But I also love this community, and I love its beauty. And I think it's very important for us to develop things, especially on what I call Main Street, Citrus County, Highway 44. This should be our most beautiful street in our community because everybody uses it, especially now that the Suncoast Parkway ends right there on Highway 44, a 1/10 of a mile from this facility. This facility, which is an eyesore. You know, we are right across the street. We just spent $100,000 on new landscaping because we think our community should be beautiful, and everything that we build in our community should be beautiful. However, you know, the things we talked about last time about beautiful landscaping along Highway 44 for this business, which is what I'd asked for, a fence that hides the hideousness behind, is not happening. You know, the fence is in disrepair. The landscaping is half dead. There's weeds that are several feet high. They have a sign, a monument sign. I'm not sure when that picture was taken, but I noticed it this morning as you drive down. You know, it's all broken out. The inside, the plastic is broken off on as you're driving eastbound. And you see the inside of their plastic sign that they have not repaired. And it's been in disrepair for as long as I can remember. I thought it was broken out on both sides, but I may be incorrect on that. I'm pro-business, but I just think that we need to put rules in place for a business like this to keep our community beautiful. I think a wall should be important, but the height of the wall and the landscaping is important. If we're allowing a 25-foot pile of metal, what does it take to hide a 25-foot pile of metal? There was a time when we were here last time when they discussed the height being limited to 12 feet. Well, that didn't happen, and it doesn't happen. So these are the things that I think our community, our leaders, should instill on a business, which we need, which is good. But those are the things that I think we should have. In the back, you know, the back exit to their property, it just looks terrible, you know, because again, they don't really care about the beauty of our community. The ownership does not live in our community. Is that my time?
Yes.
Does not live in our community, And I think that has a big factor. If they lived here, they might have more care for who Citrus County is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wish to speak against this application?
Hello.
Good morning.
Do you need that? My name's Dolores Arcuri, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about this. Biggest thing is the 5 acre minimum requirement. There's a reason that's in place because of what business it is, what kind of business it is. That's the reason why that's in place. 5 acres is a minimum because of what they do, requirements, what it looks like, the community that's around it matters. There is many residents that live around there. We live just 1,000 feet up the road. I know they say that the noise doesn't exceed the fencing line, but it does. We've been there for 21 years. All the neighbors know that the noise exceeds it. Expanding this beyond the 5 acres issue to approve it would be not incohesive with the master plan that Citrus County has anyways. This, all it does is increase the noise. It's going to increase the eyesore, and we're opposing this expansion because of those things. And like my previous person talking, the church, it is an eyesore. They don't care about their surrounding development to keep it nice and clean and just to keep it organized. And this kind of a business needs a minimum 5 acres, which that's not something that we want. This is something that the state requires. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Good morning. I'm Donna Cornwell. I live at 419 South Rosalind Way. Oh, that was her time going out. Please start over.
You're good.
Okay, Donna Cornwell, 419 South Rosalind Way, and I live just down the road, and I opposed it in the beginning because it was wrong. And 2 wrongs are not going to make it right. They have not complied in the past. I love the people that work there, don't get me wrong, and they deserve a job, but they need to be somewhere else. I have pictures of them blocking the road, and they come down our road, even with their big trucks, to pick up stuff, and they promised they wouldn't. But they aren't doing what they said. You said that they would control themselves, and I said it was the fox guarding the hen house. And you're not going to change this, evidently. But they do not belong there. With the highway now, there are 1,500 cars a day getting off. And the first thing they see is a recycler, and it's not kept like it should be. And this isn't going to help. And their cars, the recyclers come down Roseland and park on Old Citrus or across the highway on the edge. Their cars for their employees are parked out on the right-of-way. And this is not good. There's going to be an accident. And I pray no one gets killed. I don't want to have to say I told you so. So please reconsider letting them do this. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone else in opposition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I close this portion of the public hearing, and I will bring it back to the commission for discussion and possible action.
You may
Oh,
want to give the
I'm sorry, the
applicant.
rebuttal. I apologize, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members and staff, and the citizens. A few citizens have spoke. We have respect for any citizens that come down to a public meeting. Again, for the record, again, Todd Pressman. Mr. Chairman, the thought that comes to mind is the idiom of cutting off one's nose despite one's face. And by that, what makes me think is if this is denied, the citizens who spoke and the issues that we're aware of can't be fixed. So on the surface, it may seem like, okay, we're going to expand this site that maybe has some uses, it has some issues. But the reality is that we need to expand it in order to solve the problems at the site, which I won't beat a dead horse and go through over and over again. But what we're looking to do clearly is to improve, advance the site with sensitivity to the neighbors. Now, the folks that spoke, and this is not meant as negative in any way, but this site, and as you saw from the future land use map and zoning map, has the area is primarily zoned as heavy industrial. And that's why you have uses in this stretch, like a tow truck who has tons of cars out there in storage that they get, and a plumber who has a lot of cars out there, and a billboard, and tractor equipment with all his equipment out there, and landscaping supply which stacks all the materials. So we're obviously bringing a plan forward that we want to be able to do to be a better business and a better business neighbor. Now, one thing I will say to you when I talked to Mr. Hamps while the citizens were speaking is we would like to do it, we will move ahead and do a landscape improvement for aesthetics along Gulf to Lake. I think that's due, and that's, I think the gentleman from Seven Rivers had a point there. I think that can be improved, and Mr. Hamps agrees. So we've already said that we will do a fence and we will do a landscape improvement along Gulf to Lake to make the site look much better. Mr. Hamps indicated to me that he indicated the damage to the sign was very recent, and they're in the process of getting that sign fixed and fixing that. So I'll leave you with the point from your staff, from Ms. Split, that this application does meet the elements of your comprehensive plan. And in that regard, they've communicated to you that we do meet those standards. And I hope that you recognize that we're trying to do everything we can here and happy to do it. And we're happy to work with the board and staff with any conditions or any other items you think may work and make this a little better. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, any comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Stone.
I like the idea that they have a larger landscape buffer of 25 feet for the type C. That's very good. I do not believe that a fence provides the visual screening nor the sound screening, deadening, that a wall does. So I would not be in favor of this with the fence, but if they use the standard required wall, then I think that would be an improvement.
Okay, any other comments?
Hang on, just to be clear, you're talking about on the 25-foot D, leave the vegetation and then also put the 6-foot wall that's required?
That's correct.
Okay, because I think that's what Ms. Split said as well. The engineering
Right.
said that the buffer requirements should be met, and they're asking for a deviation from the wall there. Are we all on the same page? Right, is that what they're asking for?
Yeah, and also to point out, they do have a 5-foot buffer shown there on the two sides on the existing, and actually it was a 10-foot, except for on a 10-foot in the existing. So they're asking for a 5-foot on the existing, and then the 25 with a fence, and it sounds like you want a 25 with a wall, which is what the land development code would require along Roslyn and Old Citrus.
So the existing site should be a 10-foot, but they're indicating a 5-foot?
It says to the south a 10-foot was required, to the north and south are not the greatest terms here, but it sounds like along Gulf to Lake they wanted a 5-foot, and along the other roadways they wanted a 10-foot, and they've got a 5-foot shown on the plan.
So is that a deviation they're asking for? Because that's a
Yes.
current use already then?
Yes, it is, and it might have not been intended. Sounds like they want to add something.
So that's part of this request?
I'm looking at the existing condition. It says to the south a 10-foot type A, to the north a 5-foot. That was obviously 44. To the west a 5-foot. Well, the west line's going away with the new parcel. And to the east a 10-foot type A, but that actually says 5-foot on the plan.
Right. Okay, I see what you're talking about, the one that's crossed out there.
Right.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I just want to say and start by letting everyone know that this original conditional use was in 2007, I believe. Is that correct? And so what we're dealing with, and I can just tell you myself personally, if I was a part of that decision, I would have not have been in favor of that decision to allow for a large metal recycling industrial, even though the industrial site, like Mr. Pressman's talking about, but the acreage doesn't meet. So I wouldn't have been in favor of that. So what we're left with as a commission now here in 2022 is to try and help clean up a mess that was created previously. I will agree, I drive by there all the time. I live not far from this site. The site is very unsightly. I think that you can see from some of the people around. I would like to see some more stuff done around your improvements. You were talking about the landscaping along Highway 44. I believe that the entire site needs to be cleaned up. The opaque fence is falling down along Roslyn. It's just very unsightly. It's an unsightly, you can't make metal recycling look pretty, but you can do your best to make the surrounding outside of the property look better than it does right now, and take advantage and respect the people that are around you. I'm in favor of the application only because it's going to help the problems that are there right now. I would not have been in favor of this application if this was brand new on a 3.6 acre site. Mr. Pressman's right, industrial does allow more uses, but industrial also has acreage minimums, and that's what we're up against here, so thank you.
Any other comments?
Can we add to the conditions in order to accommodate it looking better from 44?
Yeah, trying to restate the conditions as the applicant has requested and as they're talking. Condition number 1 references the February 23rd site plan. Actually, it would be the April 29th, which is up there. They removed the overflow parking and employee parking areas on this new plan up there before you on that slide. Condition number 3, talking about buffers. To the south, the 10-foot type A is required, and I think we should probably clarify that this was actually along Rosalind Way. A 10-foot type A was required existing, and the new expansion parcel, you're wanting a type D buffer with a wall on both Old Citrus and Rosalind. And then we clarify the type A buffer has not changed along the other 2 property lines of existing. Along 44, they've offered a landscape buffer as well. They should have a buffer there anyway. It was supposed to be an opaque fence. So it was a 10-foot type A. We can do a 10-foot type A with an opaque fence, or do you want something more than that along 44?
I didn't care for that opaque fence with a opaque cloth.
That's not an opaque fence. Yeah, that's not a.
No.
Yeah, that's
And
not a
having
fence
that on
material you can
44
use.
would be worse than what's there now, I would imagine. But I think some form of fence that could be maintained, and the requirement that it be maintained, and have some landscaping on the street side of it.
Right, so a 10-foot type A is the lowest buffer, but that would be normally what's required on any business along 44, usually actually much more than that. So if you want a 10-foot with the equivalent of a type B buffer, that's a little bit more buffers along 44 with the opaque fencing as well. That tarp thing is not a fence. That's not going to make it.
Do we need to clear up the fact that the site plan says 5 foot?
Yes, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It would be a condition that instead of that, we're doing a 10-foot type A as existing conditions say, type number 3.
Right, those foot measurements, those are the depth of the buffer, that's not the height of the fence, right?
Correct.
So can we put in a height of the fence for 44 and a condition on what it's constructed of?
You can. It's you can do whatever you want.
As far as conditions on a conditional use, you all have wide latitude.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the way to put it.
What would you?
I would like something that's not glaring like the white vinyl, but something aesthetically pleasing, where you can come up with
too hard
something
for
of a
me.
good description.
Like a chain link with those slat things in it, or
I think we actually have 2 issues at hand. One, the aesthetics, and one, the noise issue that Commissioner Stone raised. We've heard from residents it's a noisy operation. I've been by it like most of us have. it's unsightly, but I'm sure it's also noisy. I don't happen to live in that area. I agree with Commissioner Stone that a wall would maybe serve both of those purposes.
And just, I'm not disputing, but there have been 2 noise complaints documented. Both of them were closed as unfounded over the last 10 years. Doesn't mean there's not noise other times, but there were 2 complaints investigated.
No, I think just by the nature of the operation, I think
Perhaps.
there's noise, and, you know, nobody's disputing that, you know. But I think by approving this, the applicant will get, what they wish, and we can also maybe make some accommodations for the residents.
So do you want a PVC fence along 44 with a type A buffer?
I think that would be a good idea. That way there we have the fence, we have the buffer,
I think I'd like to add a height requirement for the fence.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna screen this from,
I'm sorry, can you pull your microphone a
Sure.
little closer? I'm sorry.
I think if you're going to screen this from Gulf to Lake, then you need to be serious about it. The 5-foot setback is fine, but the wall needs to be something like either an interlocking steel wall, a concrete block wall, and it needs to be at least a minimum of like 6 to 8 feet.
So
If you're really gonna be serious about screening from Gulf to Lake. As far as the side toward the residents, I think the vegetation is good, and the wall that's required by code, that's fine.
So do you want a wall on 44 and not a fence? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't think a fence does anything for you. It looks bad, and it doesn't screen. You know, a 4-foot, 5-foot high fence screening 25-foot high piles of stacked material, that doesn't do anything for you.
Well, Commissioner Stone, were you thinking like a ready block wall, a double wall, something along that line to create that?
Well, a steel wall, a block wall, but it needs to be 6 to 8 feet. The higher the better.
I
Okay.
agree.
Okay.
The setback on Gulf to Lake doesn't do anything for you. You know, a couple of little bushes there that nobody notices, and then they die after, 6
Yep.
months.
Yep.
But the wall would be a serious commitment to screening the facility.
All right, so do you want the requirement to be 6 to 8 foot, or do you want 8 foot? Exactly.
8 foot, an 8-foot wall, higher the better. I'd say 10, but people will start thinking I'm crazy. Okay, so 8-foot wall.
Only along 44 is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean that's the complaint, right?
And then we have the type.
Well, there's a bunch of them, but.
Right,
yeah.
then we have the wall along the rest of it also to meet our type D buffer.
That
So
should
you-
be the standard.
Right,
type
so
D.
you're basically gonna have the whole site enclosed by a wall.
I think that's great.
Okay. Yes, Attorney Lynn, you're biting your lip.
No.
And there was one other condition proffered by the applicant of the 25-foot minimum and maximum pile height of materials. Do you want to discuss that?
Yes.
Can we talk about that? Because where was the one gentleman said something about in the previous conditional use, a 12-foot high?
He's talking about a discussion. It was never in the conditions of
Okay.
approval.
Okay, thanks.
I think we should limit what they can do for their height. I don't know, 25 is
Should we finish the first issue first?
the wall.
The wall, like, is that a consensus of the board that that's what the board wants? The wall, a PVC fence, fiberglass fence? What,
I personally would
is that concrete block wall? Is that what y'all are saying?
I would concur with Commissioner Stone, an 8-foot high wall that could be made of block or metal. I personally would prefer a concrete wall, because I think a metal fence, we don't know what we're gonna get. At least with a concrete wall, you have an opportunity to get something that really will be solid, and maintenance should be much less, and we won't be talking about where we are right now, the condition of the site.
Our code talks about block and masonry walls.
That would
if that's what
be
you're-
fine.
I'll support that.
Okay.
Concrete block wall.
As a point of order, Mr. Chairman, may I ask a clarification?
Yes, please.
Walls are very expensive, but we want to be aesthetic. The only area, we agree with everything the board's saying. The only area we have a concern is in the existing part of the operation, not on 44, but on the other 2 sides. We would ask with great respect, consideration, that would be fencing versus a wall. So 44 would be a wall, and then the other two sides shown here, which say 5A buffer and the 10-foot's fine, we would ask for a fence, which would be a new fence, some type of vinyl, and they do all kinds of colors in vinyl, by the way. So we would ask your consideration, at least of that, sir. Thank you.
Excuse me, are you saying that you want a fence just on the right side of your property then? You'd be willing to accept the wall everywhere else, just on that right property line?
For the matter of the record, where it shows 5-foot A buffer with 2 arrows,
Yes,
we would ask for a vinyl fencing versus a wall.
okay, thank you.
And just an FYI, the conditions right now, they have the landscaping inside the fencing. It can't be. He's supposed to be outside that fence, so that would have to
What-
be a modification. on
Whatever
our side.
code requires, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
And then we're talking about-
Yes, Ms. Lynn?
Did you want to get the applicant to clarify that they understand that that needs to be changed from a 5-foot to a 10-foot?
Yes,
I think he just did that, right? You
I
mean
I thought he agreed with that.
the 10-foot.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
typo?
we agree.
Okay.
Yeah, he just
We
said-
agree to the 10 feet, yes.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
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 So
All right, I
then we
think-
were going with the pile height. Your next discussion.
All right, then we have that. Pile height is next. Any? shoot,
Right,
any
so
thoughts?
let's talk about the pile height. Like, so how do you estimate how high a pile is when you're standing away from it?
Code has the pleasure of measuring.
Right.
Yeah, we don't
So
have
then
it-
we
it's
have to
not
just deal
addressed.
with neighbors going, I think that pile height's 26 feet high. It's only supposed to be 25. Come on.
You
I mean-
you don't have to have it as a condition. Okay? It
Right.
was just something that was brought up.
I mean, they offered it and I get it, but it just seems ridiculous to me. Maybe it needs to be a condition just in case the pile gets like too exorbitantly high and then they can go, I'm pretty sure that looks like 40 feet high. And then we got to have somebody go out there and measure it with their stick and stuff, but it just, I don't know, it just seems a little.
I think it was more of an aesthetics from neighboring properties. They could see it over the fence very clearly. So
Well,
it's-
25 feet's going to be seen over an 8-foot
It's-
wall, a
it's pretty
6-foot
high,
wall,
yeah.
whatever wall. We're going to build a 25-foot wall then.
No, yeah.
No.
Yep.
But
Nobody wants that.
I do sympathize with the neighbors not wanting to see
I-
something
100%.
exorbitant. So I think that we need to try to cap it to some degree so that we,
I mean, how high do the piles look out there to you right now? I drove by there this morning. I have zero idea. I would say maybe 30 feet high, but I don't know how high the ground is on where it's at because it's all hidden behind the fence area. You can definitely see it. You know, it's towering over the
Right.
over the building.
right. I couldn't tell you, I didn't drive by the site, so I don't know. What's,
We need objective criteria.
Yeah, it needs
Right,
to be.
I
that's
just,
what
I
I'm
need,
trying-
I need objective
He
criteria
offered
so that
25
if,
feet. That was what he offered.
well, if he offered it, we'll take the 25 feet then. If that's what the applicant is willing to work with, then we'll condition it for 25 feet.
Right.
How do we make a condition like that? How does it get enforced? If it's
Code
not
compli-
enforceable,
Code
it's
compliance.
silly to do it.
It's code compliance.
it's code
Like, yeah,
compliance and it
okay.
is enforceable.
Yeah, they measure that.
Yeah, that's what I just was saying. Like,
Yeah.
it would be somebody that was going, I think that pile's too high, let me call.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how it would be.
Okay.
So then it would just be on them. They would know that, hey, we need to be roughly around 25 feet. And I'm sure their equipment, you know, they can say, well, the top of this machine is 20 feet, so we can go just a little bit
So
higher
it
than
would be
that. We're gonna
complaint
stay.
generated.
Correct.
Yes.
All code compliance is complaint generated, and with the changes to the law last year, all code compliance complaints must have an identified person. So now you have to identify yourself to make a
Right.
complaint. And I think the code compliance division is familiar with the site and probably knows what 25 feet looks like.
I would support the 25-foot limit and also that 10-foot fence on the wall in the front. That's a condition.
8 foot.
It's an 8-foot
Eight-
fence
eight
is what
foot.
we said on the front with the 10-foot buffer on the sides.
I thought it was a 10-foot high concrete wall.
No, 8 foot
8-foot,
8-foot
okay.
block or
I'll
concrete
support
wall.
along 44.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'll just piggyback on that. With this site being smaller than it should be for an industrial use of metal recycling, I think there should be 0 deviations from the buffers, and then increase the buffers, in my opinion, honestly. And I know that's not what the business owner wants to hear, but it's not ideal. But we got to try and rectify the situation for the public that's around it and the you know, the neighbors. I'm not really in favor of doing anything less than what's required on the Roslyn area, especially because that backs up and is adjacent to residential properties. So whatever's required by the land development code, and then the additional 8-foot wall along 44, just for aesthetics, is what I'm in favor of, with the 25-foot pile height.
I'm good with that.
All right, anyone else wish to comment on that?
Yeah, I just have a question. Is this a locked facility at non-operating hours?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
Is
question.
this a locked facility? Do you lock this facility?
Yes, Mr. Hampson says you can use lock.
So with that wall, you'll require, what type of gate would you have? A rolling gate?
They have
Okay. Metal? Okay.
Metal rolling gate, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
I agree with everything y'all been saying, but I'm gonna bring it in a different angle. As a business person in a scrap business, I believe his pile, he buys it today, stores it until the market of that product goes up. And if he sells it before, if he gets a 25-foot high pile, and he's forced to sell it before then, there's a good chance he's losing money. And if he continues to lose money, he's not gonna be in business as a business person. But I agree with everything that was said, and I agree with the 25-foot, only because it's the 3.6 acre instead of the original 5-foot. 5-foot acre would have been ideally, for him to store more. So he's restricting himself by being on a 3.6. But as a businessman making money, I'm not all in favor of the height requirement, because I know how the market of metal, rises and falls. Because what he buys today at a certain price is not necessarily what he's going to sell when he has a limit of, I got to sell this within 25 feet, and that could hurt his business. I don't know. I might be totally wrong. I might be totally right. I don't know. But I agree with everything that was said, and I would approve this as stated. I just wanted to state that.
Just a thought on that is that he has the site that is of less size than he's supposed to. So he'll have to take the highs and the lows that go with having a site that doesn't meet our 5-acre requirement.
I agree with that because of the size of the lot being smaller than what's required. He would take his hits.
I just have a couple thoughts here. One of them is that from what the residents have said and from the pictures we have seen, his overall maintenance of the facility hasn't been really great. We take a look at the fence that it's supposed to be an emergency access to Roseland. There's no access there as far as I can see. I didn't see a gate. We had that cheesecloth type fencing. I hope that if we approve this, that you guys will be a better neighbor. I think that you had said that you wanted to be better neighbors. Well, that better neighbor means maintaining the things that were approved back X number of years ago, plus we're approving today. So I hope that you can take that into consideration. I do have an issue with the 5 acres. As Commissioner Bramblett said earlier, if I was on the board back then, I would not have approved this back then either. One of the residents indicated that your employees are parking on the side streets. You have to control that. If you want this, you have to be the good neighbor that you said and really do what you said. You have employee parking. You have to maybe change a little bit of your operation inside so that these residents will get what they deserve, which is the best, cleanest operation possible on a site that's less than its minimum 5 acres. So with that, any other comments or questions?
Why can't we make that a condition if you're talking about, and I agree with you, I saw the picture as well. It didn't look like an access point on Rosalind, I believe you said.
Yes.
And so I saw the same picture. Why can't we make that a condition that you must have a gate? Because that was a requirement of the condition, of the original condition.
Well, those conditions are still in effect, if I am not mistaken, so
why can't we
therefore they
enforce
should-
that?
Well, the current site plan actually closes the Rosalind Way access. There's a buffer. They've taken out that emergency access and it's closed.
I disagree with that.
Disagree.
I see it as condition number 10. The existing access on Roslyn Road is for emergencies only, and the gate shall be otherwise kept locked.
Yeah, and that really, on that site plan, it's not there, so.
Right, so here's another deviation that I just noticed between the two site plans. And we're saying that we're gonna utilize the site plan for April 29th. Actually, it has a spot on the April 4th site plan that says employee parking.
Right, but that's removed on this.
And then on this April 29th one, the employee parking is not there.
Meaning all their
So
parking would
that's
have to
part
be
of
in
our-
that parking area.
Right. Which now leads to is there sufficient parking? Because this is parking in overflow, which lends itself, are we now going to be putting people back out onto
Rosalind.
residential streets?
Never allowed, but go ahead.
As the author of the site plan, parking referred to customer parking and employee parking. There's plenty of room for all that parking.
Okay.
Yeah. And the error of the emergency access would also be myself, the author. I was not aware of that. We're happy to do whatever the board wants. If the board wants emergency access, we're happy to do it. I don't know. I don't even know if it's really required or not. But we're wanting to work with the board, whatever the board wants.
It's not a requirement, it was something it was put in the 2012 CU. So I'm assuming the applicant asked for that.
I mean, it's never been used, and as far as we're aware, there's not a requirement for it.
Right, so we can strike condition 10.
I agree. If it was back then, I think it should stay as Commissioner Bramblett. I think that might be something important, God forbid if a fire ever did happen back there. I
Right.
think you want to be able to have that secondary access in there. So, thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, the only other thing I would say is that I just want to make sure that everyone understands and knows that we've talked about it a bunch of different times, but the buffers, it says clearly, and Ms. Coutu has stated it multiple times, because I've challenged it with the vegetation, but it doesn't just stand for vegetation. The buffer is to be maintained. So if anyone ever sees the buffer not being maintained, whatever part of that buffer it is, like we're getting away with that cheesecloth opaque or whatever fence covering, but in my opinion, that's a buffer that's not being maintained currently. So that would be something that could be called out on.
Correct, and that's why I'm hoping that the applicant follows through on his statement that he wants to be a good neighbor, which means all the maintenance, all the cleanliness, that sign replaced, or repaired, I should say. So I truly hope that you will heed your own words and provide the neighbors with what they would like to see. And with that.
For the purpose of the motion,
Yes, sir.
the Planning and Development Commission finds application number CU-22-06 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and that board approves with the conditions as amended, and everybody here understands, we can maybe go over those one more time. The application based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition, it has been determined that approving the proposed conditional use will not adversely affect the public interest, that there is compliance with special rules governing individual conditional uses of the type involved, that the proposed development with conditions and safeguards attached would be generally compatible with adjacent properties and other property in the district, and that the PDC is empowered under the section of the LDC described in the application to grant this conditional use.
Do I have it?
That's all wrong. Everything you said is.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Was that a second from Commissioner Facemark?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. We have a first from Commissioner Bramblett and a second from Commissioner Facemeyer. And we all understand the conditions, I assume?
I would like for us to restate those conditions or have county restate those conditions just to make sure that there's clarity in those conditions, so everybody's on the same page.
All right, condition number 1 was referencing the April 29th, 2022 site plan, which is up there on the screen rather than the February 23rd one. Condition number 2, existing native vegetation and natural cover shall be utilized where feasible. Condition number 3 has had a lot of changes, but it would be along 44, an 8-foot block or masonry wall is required with a 10-foot type A buffer. Along Rosalind Way and Old Citrus Road, a minimum type D buffer with a 6-foot wall is required. Along the existing boundaries on the east and south, and I'm going to have to change that a little bit. I think it's like southeast and south along the old area would be a 10-foot type A buffer. We've added the condition of a no more than a 20-foot high pile height.
25.
25, excuse me. I'm reading and saying at the same time. I think that's what we clarified there.
You're closing.
Rosalind Way was already a condition, and it has to be
Yep.
emergency only, even though it's not shown on there. We're keeping that condition in place, so
Correct.
that's not a change. We also have conditions, we've removed the diagonal vinyl strips or solid fencing because you're requiring a type D buffer along those two right-of-ways. And then on the other two right-of-ways, it's a 10-foot type A, and they've offered an opaque fence in those areas as well. All the rest are as noted. The hours of operation not changed. Storage of materials should not be a sanitary nuisance. Traffic aisles must be stabilized and maintained. Adequate parking shall be provided. All those are existing conditions from the CU.
If we could just go back to item number 3 for a minute,
Yeah,
please.
okay.
It says type D buffer requires a 6-foot wall. The buffer in the wall to go 20 feet in front of the transformer boxes along the north side of the property, not from the property line. That sentence is going to remain as is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very
I was
much.
trying to summarize changes, but thank you.
Right, I just want to make sure that was still in there.
Yes.
Okay. All right, again, we have a first from Commissioner Bramble and a second from Commissioner Facemeyer. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. I just want to let you know that working with Ms. Split, she had a lot of professionalism and communication. I had to do this from afar, and she was great to work with. And as this gentleman here said, she's a credit to your department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right. Our next application is CU 22-07.
I wish you'd have looked at my picture.
Yeah, they only show you the good ones. Public portion of the meeting is closed. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, please. Please, thank you.
Go ahead, Liz, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. CU 2207, Clark A. Stillwell for Single Stream Processors Incorporated. Tibbetts Lumber, 698 South Easy Street, Lecanto, Florida. This request is to allow for light manufacturing and trade assembly in the general commercial district. This is an, I'm sorry.
Just say next slide and you're fine.
Next slide.
He's ready.
This is an aerial view of the subject property. Next slide. Looking south on Easy Street. Next slide. Looking north on South Easy Street. Next slide. Looking east on West Gulf to Lake Highway. Next slide. Looking west on Gulf to Lake Highway. Next slide. This is the site plan as submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Stillwell.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Clark Stillwell. My professional address is 320 Highway 41, the Brandon Bank Building in Inverness, Florida, and I represent the Tibbetts Lumber Company. They are under contract to buy this particular piece of property. The property is approximately 4 acres in size. It is developed already with 3 industrial type buildings on it. The project, the property history was it was formerly Carnahan's Contractor Supply Company site. He sold it, and I understand he's in politics now.
That's a good understanding.
It became a recycling center thereafter, and the property has gone vacant for a number of years now. The proposal, and I call this Tibbetts Lumber Company Conditional Use 2. If you recall, last month, Tibbetts was in front of you over on Duncan Field for the same type of conditional use. I did not bring the movie to this hearing, but if you recall it was showed door manufacturing, and that's essentially what we're talking about. Tibbetts Lumber Company will utilize this for its traditional contractor supply lumber company processing, which is very similar to Mr. Carnahan's use. But this one particular building on the site plan will be converted for door manufacturing and assembly. That's an indoor process. So let's go through the PowerPoint, and I'll try and be brief.
Clark, you're just going to have to say next slide. We don't have an advancement, but he's listening.
All right, next slide. Whoever's driving the bus.
Yes, out of sight.
There's the aerial. You can see to the north and to the east there's an industrial zone and an industrial building. The site is completely surrounded by existing commercial uses. Next slide. This is an aerial. The building to the left is the one we're going to talk about. You'll see that in the site plan. You can see the buffering on next to the entrance road into the nursery, which is a PUD for general commercial nursery service, wholesale and retail. Next slide, please. G Flume, and you see the industrial property to the north and east. Next slide, please. That would be the LDC Atlas map, same thing. Next slide, please. This is a survey. Next slide, please. There's a proposal. Next one, please. This is the site plan. You see the dotted line of the one building in the northeast corner of this. This is the site that's going to be subject to the conditional use. This is where the doors will be assembled. You can see we've indicated the parking for this use there in a grassed area. The code has specific requirements for a conditional use to be approved. The applicant's burden is to show that he's met those requirements. Your staff report finds that we've met those requirements. Staff report is entitled to great weight. To my knowledge, there's been no public input formally to date. And this is taking an existing site that is developed for heavy commercial type uses and putting it to use. Mr. Tillis, who's testified last month at Duncanfield, is here. He can present if you so desire. Any questions?
Any questions from the commission? Any questions from staff?
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff, please.
Good morning. Jen Perkins, Planner for Land Development Division.
Good morning.
This is CU 2207, Clark A. Stillwell for Single Stream Processors and Tibbetts Lumber. This is a request for conditional use to allow for light manufacturing and trade assembly in the general commercial district. Next slide. The site takes access off South Easy Street, and it also fronts West Gulf to Lake Highway. As you can see in the picture, there are 3 existing buildings. They total 30,000 square feet, with each building being 10,000 square feet. Excuse me. The buildings were constructed between 2006 and 2007 after a land use application was approved in 2005 to change the medium density residential portion of the site to GNC. At that time, storage did not require a conditional use in GNC. Next slide. This is the surrounding land use districts. As you can see, it's surrounded by general commercial, light industrial, and conservation. The GNC parcel immediately to the west of the subject property is currently operating as a residence. Next slide. This is a view of from West Gulf to Lake Highway of building number 2. Next slide. This is the gated entrance off of South Easy Street. Next slide. This is the front of building 2. In front shows the 2,800 square foot proposed use office and retail and wholesale sales. Behind it you can see the proposed use of lumber storage that would total 7,200 square feet. Next slide. This is a side view of building 2 showing where the proposed lumber storage would be with the office and sales on the left. Next slide. This is a view of building 1. Proposed use is lumber storage. Next slide. This is the outdoor area that has been proposed for use for truck parking and outdoor lumber storage. Next slide. This is building 3, where the proposed use is light manufacturing and assembly of doors. Next slide. This is the area to be used for the additional parking. Next slide. This is an unpermitted masonry structure that appears to have been used by the previous recycling center as an unloading area for materials. The applicant has indicated that he may want to use the structure. Next slide. This is a view of the buffer along West Gulf to Lake Highway. As you can see, they are quite nicely established trees. They would only need to be supplemented with shrubs. Next slide. This is a view of the mixed-use industrial facility across South Easy Street. Next slide. There is a plant nursery to the west of the property that also wraps around to the north of the property. Next slide. This is one of the 2 mobile homes that are on that lot immediately adjacent to the subject property. Next slide. So again, this is a request for conditional use to allow for light manufacturing and assembly of doors. The rest of the site outside of Building 3 is proposed to be used for office, lumber storage, and retail and wholesale sales. The applicant has address concurrency as far as central water and sewer. Citrus County Landfill has stated that there is sufficient capacity for the project. The site already has existing stormwater facilities. The site plan indicates that the floor area ratio and the impervious surface ratio are below that of the maximum allowed. While the site will need to meet large non-residential design criteria, the existing buildings are exempt from that requirement. The applicant is proposing to provide 32 parking spaces, 16 of which are existing. The proposed 16 additional parking spaces are to account for the light manufacturing and assembly use. The site plan indicated that some of that additional parking is to be on currently impervious surface. However, the survey that was submitted does not show this to be the case. Regarding the additional parking, Engineering Division has stated that the site was developed with a Swift Mud permit, and at time of permitting, the applicant will need to provide proof of that Swift Mud permit modification. The general area is a mixture of residential, commercial, light industrial, and conservation uses. While there are residential districts nearby, the subject property is surrounded by GNC and light industrial. Given this, it is the proposed use meets the intent of the comprehensive plan and the land development code. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners?
That building number 3, where you said they're going to assemble the doors or manufacture, are they going to close in the one side of that?
I believe that would be a question from Mr. Stillwell.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And I did not ask Mr. Stillwell, but there are 8 recommended conditions. Did you have any concerns with those?
Conditions are fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. At this time, the public portion of the meeting will be open. If there is anyone present in favor of the application who would like to speak, please come forward to the podium. As a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes to speak, and organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on the application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you want to enter into the record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the work that y'all do. There's a lot to sift through on these projects, but this looks like an easy call to me. I don't know how it looks to you, but it's checking all the boxes we needed to check. One of the things that we are lacking here in Citrus County is making something, manufacturing it and sending it out so that we're importing money. This project will partially do that and service our own builders and contractors. And the other thing we have a problem with is empty buildings along our highways and byways. And this is a great piece of property with surrounding areas. This is a job creator. It's had this similar use. I don't believe that there's any neighbors that are objecting to it. So we would urge you to pass this as presented by Mr. Stillwell and thank the Tibbetts family for their investment in Citrus County. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else in favor? Anyone else in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please feel free to come forward now. Anyone in opposition? Anyone in opposition? With that, I'll return it to Attorney Stillwell, any rebuttal, sir?
I just want to say for the record, I have no knowledge about the unpermitted building, and the prior owner name starts with a C.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to the commission for action. Any comments or any questions?
For the purpose of a motion,
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, sir.
Good job.
the Planning and Development Commission finds application number CU-22-07 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and the board approves the application based regarding on this petition. It has been determined that approving the proposed conditional use will not adversely affect the public interest, that there is compliance with special rules governing individual conditional uses of the type involved, that the proposed development with conditions and safeguards attached would be generally compatible with the adjacent properties and the other property in the district, and that the PDC is empowered under the section of the LDC described in the application to grant this conditional use.
Do I have a second?
I'll second
I'll give you a
that.
second.
I got a second from Mr. Barnes first, I believe. We have a first from Commissioner Royce and a second from Commissioner Barnes. Any further discussion? Seeing all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We can do that.
I always wanted to eat at this restaurant.
I've been by a million times, the same, it's always packed.
I know. I need to stop there, but it's always, I'm on my way home or on my way to somewhere. Mostly the turnpike.
Yeah, exactly. And when you come off the turnpike and it's like wild, where you think, I'm almost there.
Yeah, and you're just ready to go.
Our next application is CPA-AA-PUD-22-06.
Yes, sir. Clark
Thank
A.
you.
Stillwell for Robert and Vicky Root. This application proposes to change the land use and zoning and adapt a master plan for continued use of a restaurant, a duplex, and 2 single-family residential structures. The site lies on the corner of State Road 44 and South Crabtree Point in Inverness and was constructed around 1957. The site has a designation of CLRMH on the LDC Atlas and CL on the Flume. And this application will change the site to CLC to recognize the existing uses. This is the existing restaurant building, and the duplex is on the left of this photo. This one of 2 single-family residences on the site. This is looking north and south on State Road 44.
Or east and west.
This is the view across from State Road 44. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney
Mr. S-
Stillwell.
Our PowerPoint is working, Mr. Stillwell, so if you want to use it, you're welcome to. You think you have one in there.
Great. Good morning again. I want to say that my client, Robert Root, is here in the room. He has owned this site for 31 years. And he wants everyone to know that the special tonight is prime rib. This 3-part application, a G-Flume and LDC Atlas map amendment to Coastal and Lakes Commercial with a PUD overlay to approve exactly what exists right there now and has existed since 1957. Arterial road, existing use, the idea of commercial on this arterial road is not foreign to Citrus County, and you have a, further to the west, you have a 2 commercial uses, airboat tour use, and on the north side of the road, an RV park. The site as a restaurant and the 2 residential houses has been there and gotten along with its neighbors since its inception. It's been a restaurant since I moved here in 1975. The problem is it's a non-conforming use, and that's a label that has a degree of uncertainty to it. And if you're a property owner and you're fixing to retire and want to be able to pass along your lifelong investment to the new owner. The new owner wants to know for sure that he is getting what is represented. And this is the way we do it. With the PUD, you ensure that you're just getting the restaurant, the existing buildings, the existing houses. The Roots live in one of those houses and have lived in one of those houses. Nothing will change if this is approved other than they will have the certainty that is an authorized legal use. If you recall, when we did the campground down in Old Home Sansa, we got into debates which triggered that application about whether or not you could put a concrete slab in or not, whether that was deemed an expansion of a non-conforming use. And those are the small issues that hang out there that drive these type of applications. So the staff report is favorable, or acceptable to the staff conditions. Mr. and Mrs. Root would like your approval, and they invite you to dine with them. Questions?
Any questions?
No, sir, thank you.
Any questions from the board? I have one question. Yes. I have one question for you, Attorney Stillwell. In the report prepared by staff, it says that it would appear the parking was placed across South Crabtree Point on parcel 4A0000130, vacant parcel also owned by the same property owner. As this is a residentially zoned lot, restaurant parking cannot be placed on this site and should be discontinued. I assume that the applicant will stop using that parcel, and when he does, will he have sufficient space on the existing parcel for his employees and for his customers?
The adjacent parcel is Coastal Lakes, all right. We debated whether we should bring it into this application. We felt like if it remained as Coastal Lakes, then it would act as a buffer to the house to the east and a buffer. Actually, there's two houses to the east. So we didn't put it in the application. We didn't put it in for overflow parking. The well that services the restaurant is there. It's recognized that he's not allowed to park there for commercial use. So, yes, the remaining site has proven to have adequate parking.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
I also want to say that if you did commercial parking on that site, it would trigger water management issues and water management permitting issues, which really would vitiate any parking at all on that site. Thanks.
And this is an application to change approximately 1.3 acres from Coastal Lakes Residential with mobile homes allowed to Coastal Lakes Commercial. And extremely good question about the parking. The staff report, the LDC actually requires 14 spaces and they're providing 16. So they are meeting LDC standards with this application. So this is the site, the area on 44. It is surrounded by residential uses and vacant uses. Now, in the 1950s is when we can document that this site, these structures actually were put in place according to the property appraiser. In 1980s, it had a coastal highway or CH designation, totally appropriate, kind of what our GNC is now. Sometime in 1990, when we did the new LDC Atlas, for whatever reason, it was changed to CLRMH, like the surrounding areas. Perhaps they were looking at the two houses, I don't know, but the restaurant was already in place, and so was the duplex at that time. So this is the site. The restaurant is on the right. There's the duplex site, and this is some of their parking. This is an outdoor patio area that they have in place to the side and behind the restaurant. And this is the remainder of their parking on this site. We talked about the parking across Crabtree Point, which is the adjacent road. But this would be their 16 spaces. They're not actually delineated, but the applicant has approximated that. It seems appropriate. This is Crabtree Point. Doesn't look like a road, but it is. One of the residents there on the left. And a close-up of one of the residents and the other one. And this is an existing dock on the site. And here is the site plan. The red is the actual restaurant with the outdoor area, much larger than about the size of the restaurant itself. You can see the duplex and residential sites, some accessory buildings there. All of those had no concern with permitting. They seem to have been there for some time. The gray area is the approximate some pavement, some gravel area. So none of that would be changing. This is, as Mr. Stillwell talked about, codifying an existing valid nonconforming use. This could allow them to, yes, not only be reassured of the use, but they could swap things out. If they want to add a little bit more parking, they could do so. Right now, they can't with this nonconforming use in Coastal Lakes residential. So staff is recommending, well, you have 7 conditions if this application is approved. Now, I will say I got a little turned around apparently on my directions when I was out there. Condition number 4 talks about vegetation to the north and south. It should have been east and west. We were looking at the residential to the left side of the screen and Crabtree Point to the right. So condition number 4 would change to existing vegetation to the east and west shall remain, or if removed, shall be replaced with the equivalent buffer type. The applicant has stated they're not really planning on changing anything there. Don't know why my compass directions were switched on that. Other conditions, just existing buildings and as per the site plan.
Any questions?
This is under a PUD then?
It's proposed, yes. That's a PUD for this site plan and these uses, yes.
Okay, so if we approve this to commercial and then they sell it, and Hard Rock Citrus wants to put a facility in there, that would have to go through the Planning Commission.
Hard Rock Citrus would have to be exactly like this. They would have to have a restaurant in the Fisherman's Restaurant and the duplex and the two single family. So if they want to do something different, yes, they'd have to come back before you. There's a little bit in the Land Development Code, a little bit of wiggle room, but nothing like that. So yeah, they would have to come back.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Hard Rock Citrus. That's a little frightening.
If you say that really loud, the Chronicle's here. Like it's going to be in the paper tomorrow for sure.
This time we'll open up to the public. Anybody wishing to speak in favor of this application? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, is there anybody who wishes to speak in opposition? Anyone in opposition? Anyone in opposition? Mr. Stillwell, any closing comments?
No, thank you.
You're welcome. This time we'll return it to the board for conversations and potential actions. Anyone would like to start it up?
Yeah, I'll open. So typically CLR, anything with the CL designation, I would never be in favor of moving it into a commercial designation that doesn't fit and work within the parameters that are already allowed. But this particular property, seeing how it was an oversight somewhere around 1990, I'd be interested to know more about how that happened, whatever. But it's fitting for this particular property, so I'm in favor of this application.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I agree.
I agree.
Yep.
Sounds like we're good. With that, can we have a motion? Going once. Anybody want to make a motion? Thank you.
Planning and Development Commission finds application number, I had to go close to this is the triple CPA-AA-PUD-22-06. Consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends approval of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
We have a first. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a first and we have a second.
And just to clarify, that's with the change condition for north and south to east and west.
What she said.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we have a first by Commissioner Royce and a second by Commissioner Berto. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have V-22-07.
Yes, sir. Clark Stillwell for Monkey Island Holdings LLC. This request is to allow alcohol sales having less than a 500-foot setback to a school and church. Aerial view of subject property. View of the property from South Cherokee Way. Looking west on South Cherokee Way. Looking east on South Cherokee Way. Looking across South Cherokee Way. Looking south on South Boulevard Drive. The Monkey Bar to have alcohol sales. The Florida Cracker Kitchen to have alcohol sales. And across the canal to the north and the south, unpermitted ice cream shop. The Homosassa Elementary School. And the Church of Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Stillwell.
Good morning again. The subject site is in Old Homosassa. It has had since the 60s a restaurant on it. The restaurant has sold alcohol relative to food sales for years, and the school's been there for years, and the church has been there for years. And there's been no incidents that I could determine relative to the sale of alcohol in that facility historically. Now, the 500-foot setback is from property line to property line. So the hotel motel holdings property line is right across from the school, and it's documented in the application. Similarly, it's right across from the church. When we prepared this application, we reached out to the school board, and we received their consent, and they've requested a buffer along that boundary, and we've agreed to that, and that's in the conditions. And then we reached out to the church, and we have their consent, and that's in your application packet. The distances are substantial to the actual facility, the school, and to the church. It's just the variance is because of the property line. Florida Cracker is going to intends to serve alcohol with their dining product. It's not uncommon. Their hours of operation aren't on Sunday morning, okay, when the church is generally in practice, and their hours of operation are generally at night when the school is not in operation. The staff report is favorable. We believe that, and you have to understand the liquor license process here. This type of liquor license doesn't allow for the retail sale of bottled products. What it does allow is you can sell alcoholic beverages, not beer and wine. Beer and wine is authorized already, but you can sell alcoholic products. But the revenues from the restaurant, 50% or more, have to be food product. So they're constrained. If they were to sell 60% alcohol and 40% food, that would violate their liquor license, and they would lose that liquor license. So the constraint is food, the primary use and product, and the alcohol is an accessory or a secondary use. So there's no way to mitigate. I can't change these boundary lines. They exist. They've been existing for a long, long time. As your staff report points out, the substantive facts, the hard distance to these points is substantial, and the variance isn't that great. I will point out that the ice cream bar has been shut down until this is all resolved.
Thank you. Any questions from staff?
Not at this time, thank you.
No. Any questions from commissioners?
Yeah, just so how is this variance affecting the ice cream bar?
What's going to happen there is the ice cream bar is going to become a food truck.
Okay.
And the food truck's going to potentially serve alcoholic beverages.
Gotcha.
And the alcoholic beverages will have to be, again, below 50% of gross sales.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hockadell, Principal Planner with Land Development. This application is requesting to have a 4 COP alcohol license on the subject property, that is beer, wine, and liquor, for the Monkey Island Holdings LLC property, which you can see here highlighted in red. As Mr. Stillwell stated, there is in the Land Development Code a 500-foot separation property line to property line for alcohol sales from listed uses, which school and a church are 2 of those listed uses. And so here you can see on the property where the Monkey Bar is located, where the ice cream shop is located, and the Florida Cracker Kitchen building. This is the Monkey Bar. It has been in operation for quite a long time, and it has historically had alcohol sales, including liquor. It has had a 4 COP for this building. This is the Florida Cracker Kitchen. It is a new restaurant. The building was previously offices, banquet hall that had intermittent use and different things like that. It did not historically have an alcohol license for this structure. The Florida Cracker Kitchen, if they were just serving beer and wine, they wouldn't have to do the alcohol separation because the Land Development Code does say if primary sales is food and you just serve beer and wine, you don't have to have that separation. So really what's kicking this in is the alcohol, the liquor sales. And this is the existing ice cream shop. It was previously an open air bait shop, and it was converted into an ice cream shop without permits. Mr. Stillwell stated that they are currently closed, but I believe there is an open code case regarding this use. And the other thing I just wanted to point out that was in the information submitted was there was a statement in there that said that these uses have outside seating associated with them. There are no permits approving any kind of outside seating for these uses. And I just want to clarify that the seating for the Monkey Bar under the canopy is kind of considered outside seating sometimes, but that's part of what's approved with the Monkey Bar. It would be anything like on sidewalks and away from the buildings. There are no outside seating approved for these. So you can see the proximity here for the Monkey Island Holdings property line to the property line for the school and the church. At the closest point, it's about 30 feet from the school and about 234 feet from the church. And here you can see there is a large open area right now separating the actual buildings with the uses from the church and the school. There was previously more vegetation on this site. There was some tree removal done without a permit. I believe there's an open case for that as well. But there is quite a distance between the actual uses, the structures. And here you can see there's another view of the open area looking towards the Monkey Bar and Florida Cracker Kitchen. And so from the closest point building-wise from the school to the Florida Cracker Kitchen is over 500 feet. It's about 573. And even further than that to the Monkey Bar. And if we look at the church, from where the actual closest point of the church is to Florida Cracker Kitchen is 861 feet. And again, even further to the Monkey Bar. So, you know, these sites have operated in these areas in this proximity for well over 30 years, more than likely. And there have been no objections either from the school board representative or from the church. And so staff finds that the compatibility between these uses can be maintained with the appropriate safeguards. And so the findings of fact are positive, and we do have suggested conditions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, sir.
I noticed on the your presentation there was a chain link fence that I saw. Is there a chain link fence or some type of separation between the areas of interest from the school and or from the church?
The school, I believe, is fenced, at least for a portion of it. There is a, oh, this is going to work. There is a canal that runs along the school property right here. I believe they're fenced up to that canal.
Okay.
And then, let's see. This is, I believe, also part of the school property, and I think this is also This area right in here is that right-of-way that separates the two. It's unconstructed, but I believe there's a fence around that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Joe, why is this coming up now? These people have been in this condition for the past 30 years or so. Why are they bringing this up now?
Because historically the forced COP was just for the Monkey Bar building.
Okay.
And so now they want to have it for all the structures on site.
But the Monkey Bar was in violation of this 500-foot requirement because it goes to the edge of the property line. Is that correct?
Right, but they have had their forced COP license continuously for a long time, probably before we had that separation requirement.
Yeah, these type of separation requirements are, this is a very southern thing, okay, and the people who support it are very strong players in the local community and stuff. And I just wonder, you know, us coming in here and saying, well, it looks okay to us, but maybe it doesn't look so okay to the people who promoted this type of separation at the beginning. So, you know, who are we to mess with their local desires, I guess is my question, Miss Attorney.
They're asking for a variance from that requirement in the code, just like any other code requirement that they can get a variance from. So, I guess the powers that be that wanted it in there as a policy didn't make any kind of pronouncements that it couldn't be varied from.
Okay. This just strikes me as some kind of a minefield, but okay.
We've done it. I believe we did it before. There was a dance school, and
A brewery.
like a
Home
craft brewery type place.
Yeah, we also recently did it for Publix.
Correct.
On
46.
Yeah. So you have considered variances of this nature.
Any other questions?
I mean, the only other thing I would say to Mr. Stone's statement is, this is old Homosassa. Much different down there. Very different. So it doesn't get any more southern than that. And if there was going to be anyone here that's opposed, which I highly, 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 highly doubt, they would have the opportunity.
All right.
Thank you for that comment. Anyone, any other comments? Seeing none. This time we'll open up the public portion of the, for this application. Anyone wishing to speak in favor, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Josh Wooden,
Yes.
President, CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce, and to allay your fears, I think most of us know of this company. This is not like a nightclub situation. They just want to be able to serve mimosas and Bloody Marys and stuff with their meals. And also of note, the church and the school, the two existing properties that are affected by this, have raised no issues. So we would urge approval. This is a heavily tourist area and locals, and McRae's is there, and all kinds of things are going on. So we would urge approval of this. It's compatible with most of the area.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
How we doing, guys? Thank y'all for taking the time to listen to this variance. Mr. Hockadell, thank you for working with us on this. Mr. Sherman, thank you as well. It's a great
Excuse me,
loss.
could you please state your name?
Oh, Blair Hensley with the Florida Cracker.
Thank you.
So I want to thank y'all for guiding us through this. As one thing, since we've taken over this property and us working with the Lohman family since they picked it up, is we are fixing problems from the previous owners. And we're having, these things are popping up, things we didn't realize even through title searches of when we bought the property that popped up. Unlike the ice cream parlor, that's an unpermitted structure. When we bought the property 3 years ago, every one of y'all, if y'all been or put into that boat ramp, you walked into that structure. It's there. And so we're learning these as we're going through and trying to upgrade the facility and the building as a whole. the county sent us, hey, this is, didn't have a CO on it. We've actually already demolished it. So literally, if you go there, it's back to its original structure as a pole barn that the county recognizes it as. So when the county's asking us to do things, we are making sure to get it back there, because we are finding, someone said a minefield. It's actually, every time we turn to do something, we're finding stuff that was done by the previous owners that wasn't permitted or not done, and we're getting it back to code with y'all. So I just wanted to make that aware that we have already made that happen as per the county has. And of course, I think this alcohol license has been there. We searched, we could not, even the state of Florida, when we were researching it, can't even tell us the date that it was kind of given, when, how long it's been there. It's been there for that long, and for the county records. So, but thank y'all.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Blair Commons, 6094 West Pine Circle. I didn't expect to speak on this subject, but you know, we talked about going back records 30 years. I'll say 50 years ago, I spent lots of time on that property when it was Riverside Villas, and I am so in favor of all the redevelopment and improvement of that site. My parents drank a lot of alcohol there back then, and so it's had a liquor license for a long time. And I just hope we can continue to move forward with the improvement of that facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Attorney Stillwell, any closing comments?
Yes, just one or two. I don't know about you, but I'm not shocked that in Old Homosassa things have been built without permits. But that's not to say that's right, and as my client indicated, they're correcting these issues. But to answer your question, Mr. Berta, when I spoke with Mr. Dixon and I broached this with him and asked for their written consent, he told me that the school board has, as a result of recent happenings in our country, completely fenced their site.
Thank you.
Okay.
One last question, Mr. Stillwell. We have 3 conditions. You all right with those conditions? All right, thank you.
Mr. Stone, I want to say that we and tell the board, not only the Publix, but in Crystal River, we did this same standard in Crystal River, 500 feet. But we had the City Hall, and you had Charlie's Restaurant and Fish House, originally served beer and wine only. They went and got the same type of liquor license for Charlie's Fish House, and we got a variance from the 500 feet from the city park and the city hall, and that's turned out a positive for that waterfront restaurant, just like this is a waterfront restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we return it to the board for discussion and action. Any comments? Any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, for
Yes,
purpose
sir.
of motion, the Planning and Development Commission finds application number V 22-07 consistent with Citrus County Land Development Code and is consistent with the intent of the policies of Citrus County Comprehensive Plan, and this board approves with conditions this application based on the evidence and testimony presented by the staff and the staff reports and conclusions regarding the petition and with the following conditions as outlined in the staff report. 1, 2, 3.
Second.
We have a first from Commissioner.
Well, I guess I ran out of time.
You ran out of time. You're done. We have a first from Commissioner Facemeyer and a second from Commissioner Bramlett. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Does that mean I failed the box?
You failed.
I can't do it anymore.
That's it, you're done. Our next application is CPAA PUD 22-04.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mike Wilburn for Scott Adams. The request is to change the land use from low-intensity coastal and lakes to coastal and lakes commercial and establish a planned unit development for mini warehouses and a gas station. Aerial view of the subject property. View of the property from the corner of State Road 48 and South Istachata Road. Looking east on State Road 48. Looking west on State Road 48. Looking across State Road 48. Looking south on South Istachata Road. And across South Istachata Road. The site plan submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wilburn.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Wilburn, P.O. Box 938, Floral City, Florida. I would also like to emphasize that I live and work in Floral City. I'd like to first say that I love Floral City. Wilburn family moved from to Florida from Ohio in 1973, and Florida is where we chose to homestead, and we have never left. I'm sorry, Floral City is where we chose to homestead, and we have never left. I love history. I love the heritage of our little town, and I'm proudly raising my 3 kids to appreciate the same. Over the years, I've turned down helping with projects in Floral City because I didn't believe that they were a good fit. I didn't believe in them personally, and I could not support them. That said, I have worked on several other projects in Floral City, which I have supported and fully believed in, including bringing back to life a building that was destroyed by fire in the late 1880s, which existed at the Light in Floral City. Many of you guys now know this project as Stagecoach Square, which is a 6-unit retail plaza, which eventually became home to one of our locally famous restaurants, Pudgy's. My client, Mr. Adams, like myself, has a long history in Floral City, loves Floral City, and appreciates our heritage. Currently before you today is a proposed land use change from Coastal Lakes Residential to Coastal Lakes Commercial for the purposes of a gas station and self-storage. Gas stations and self-storage are both allowable uses with that designation, and this is being submitted in the form of a PUD, which means that you are not voting on all of those allowable uses within that land use, but specifically the fueling station and the self-storage. I would also like to say this, that just a few years ago, this board, as well as the BOCC, voted to change the property across the street from a Coastal Lakes residential zoning to a Coastal Lakes commercial zoning. I do not believe personally that this project is a case of spot zoning. For over the last 60 years, there's been a church across the street. And for over 40 years, there was a mechanic shop, chainsaw shop, a number of different shops that went into another building, which is across the street, and is now also the house of another church. And then this subject property, which you'll see shortly, has a history for over 100 years of being used for commercial purposes. And as I thought about our history as a county, I'm not 100% sure that there are many properties that we can identify that have over 100 years of commercial activity.
It should work toward that one.
Just wait a second.
It's that one, but it should work.
I can certainly move it if you need me to.
Is it a PowerPoint or is it a PDF?
It should be a PowerPoint.
No, I'm just wondering what we downloaded.
No.
Here, let's try to do something here. There we are. Let's try it now.
Okay.
Yay, thank you.
Okay, this is a map of Citrus County. Everybody knows most of our roadways. I want to zoom in on this area here. As you see, this is Floral City proper. I'd like to first begin by detailing for you the information about this specific site where this project is proposed. It is to be located at the corner of Highway 48 and Istachata Road in Floral City. And why is this significant? Well, there's 3 major reasons why this is significant. The first reason is this is outside of the Floral City Historic Overlay. Number 2, this project is outside of the Avenue of the Oaks, which we all love and admire and appreciate. Number 3, this project is at the corner of Istachata Road. You may be wondering why that's significant, and I'll show you that in just a moment. Here's a map produced by our county of our major roadways. And interestingly enough, I'm going to zoom in now. Interestingly enough, Istachata Road is considered a major road in the future. And I think you'll see throughout my presentation, there are reasons for that. This specific location, where we're proposing this gas station, will reduce traffic on the Avenue of the Oaks. This location also provides easy access for farms, which exist in Floral City, without impounding the load at the light. I live in Floral City, I work in Floral City. That light is constantly being backed up on 41, both directions, and also on 48 in both directions because of the increase in traffic. I'm isolating this road, as you can see, because I want you to notice and take note that Highway 39, Istachata Road, is a future bypass for Floral City in the downtown area. It's also worth you noting for your own benefit that the Avenue of the Oaks has been deemed by Florida Department of Transportation, as well as an entity of the federal government, as a no-build zone. In other words, it can never be widened. It is historically protected forever, which is significant and important. That's why a bypass is needed. This will not increase the traffic over the bridge from Sumter County due to the capacity of that bridge already. And there's been some public comment that have addressed that, and I'll come back to that shortly. But there are already weight restrictions in place on that bridge. Allowing a gas station in this area will not change that loading. This location solidifies a new bypass around the Avenue of the Oaks. In fact, it will serve almost as a cornerstone of that bypass. That being said, I think it's important for you as a board to also know that from 2014 to 2019, I lived personally on the Avenue of the Oaks. My parents, still to this day, live on the Avenue of the Oaks, and I to this day still own property on the Avenue of the Oaks. I would not be standing here presenting this project to you if I felt that this was going to increase traffic. Large trucks, especially semis, are not what we need on this roadway, and we must do everything we possibly can to protect that. And this bypass is a solution for that the state of Florida has proposed. Okay, as you can see, let me back up a little bit. As you can see, Istachata Road is a bypass already selected in the east-west corridor from the I-75 Relief Board. Further, to show particularly how traffic will reduce on the Avenue of the Oaks and at the light in Floral City, you should also know that FDOT has considered Highway 41 from the light all the way to Gobbler, which is at the top of the red circle. From the light, let me see if I can. So from right here on 41 to here at Gobbler, the state of Florida has considered that also a no build, which further protects downtown Floral City, but it also further enhances the need and the shown that a bypass is needed and necessary. Work has already commenced on Istachata Road. You can see it if you drive down there. You'll see that they've already been moving transmission lines, upgrading services, changing utilities, altering the right-of-way. It's coming. Highway 56, Highway 54, Highway 52, Highway 50, we've all seen that growth from Tampa moving this way. This is something that the I-75 Relief Board has already put into place, put into motion to get traffic off of I-75. Personally, this project protects downtown Floral City because it enhances and allows for that bypass to happen. It gives them a means to do that. They cannot go through the Avenue of the Oaks. All right, so I've already talked about it's going to reduce traffic once the bypass is complete. It is going to offer a service to residents. It's in close proximity with diesel fuel. Right now, there's no diesel gas stations in Floral City. So if you're like me, I would have to drive to Bushnell or to the new Circle K in Inverness to get diesel fuel. So right now, there's no diesel fuel. It also will serve as a stop for agricultural people, for ranchers in that area, because they have tractors, they have equipment. Currently, a lot of them go to Brooksville, or a lot of them go outside of our county, which is funds that are not being spent here. I also talked about the bridge limitations already, and have already emphasized that there's no further development allowed, and the Avenue of the Oaks are protected, and that this project will be in line with that also. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, the slide you were looking at is a blown up version of where you can see Istachata Road, which is right here. And that's also, this corner right here is the subject property which we are talking about today. So as you can see, there's the bypass hitting 480 Stagecoach, and it'll go all the way to, let me see the next slide here. It'll go all the way to the new expressway. So as I began to think about this, if you look at the radius that is shown on this drawing, you'll see that a 5-mile radius and a 10-mile radius are drawn. This is a map that an iPhone populated of all the fueling stations within that radius. And like I said, there are no current facilities that offer diesel fuel within that radius of Floral City. You can see down at the bottom, there is a typo, and in fairness, my iPhone, as you can see on the map, did not pick up the Circle K. So there is one that is within a 10-mile radius of Floral City, and that's the new Circle K at Eden Drive, which we'll talk about again in just a few moments. So I thought to myself, why can't Floral City have a gas station that has diesel fuel? Why can't Floral City have a gas station that has non-ethanol? And then I thought, well, where else could it go if not here? And so if you look at 41, considering where the no build in 41 is, considering where Floral City proper is, you will not find a gas station franchise to come and be on a road that's not on a corner. So 41, from Floral City south all the way to Terrawood, all the way to the light in Floral City, there are no parcels where this can go. So again, I'm trying to illustrate to you guys that this is a great spot for this in protection of everything else that I've already discussed. Okay, this is one of my favorite pictures of Floral City. This was taken in the late 1880s. You can see the oak trees in the background behind everyone on both sides. That is the commencement of Orange Avenue. So this picture is actually taken on the west side of Orange Avenue today. The building on the right that you see, that strip plaza, was used in the architectural design of Stagecoach Square. That's the building I mentioned was brought back to life. I want to point out to you guys something that's handwritten at the bottom of this picture, where they do business in Floral City. I think that's significant because Floral City is historical. Floral City is beautiful, but it is also a place where business can be accomplished, where business can be housed. Go to the next slide. And that red rectangle right there is where that building on the right once was. So there are 5 key areas where I want to talk about this project benefiting the community. It has a citizen benefit. I've already mentioned to you guys that it is a service and a benefit to farmers and ranchers, but also boating. It offers convenience and other items. Number 2, it keeps money in our county. Talked about having to go to a larger gas station for diesel fuel in Brooksville or in Bushnell. This keeps money in our county. Tourism. Right now, this will alleviate traffic on Orange Avenue, which will alleviate parking on Orange Avenue, which will promote some of the businesses that are sometimes blocked by parking, sometimes blocked by an abundance of vehicles. Secondly, it'll help those businesses downtown get more visibility. Traffic is the third principle. This will become an anchor for the bypass, as I've already shown you guys, but more than an anchor for the bypass, it actually serves as a barrier to protect the Avenue of the Oaks, to protect our trees. Number 2, which I've already mentioned, it protects the Avenue of the Oaks. And then there's also a contextual element, as we've seen historically and pragmatically, as this board has seen, as well as the BOCC. Buildings that are architecturally contextual to the surroundings, to the history, promotes a nostalgia of Floral City, promotes a heritage of Floral City. And these are all items that you guys are free to include in your PUD approval as conditions if you.
I'm okay. Just making a show for everybody. I'm getting out of here now.
Sorry, Mr. Wilbur.
And one of my most important and most favorite items is that it brings history back to life. It teaches history. It teaches a lost history that otherwise may have been forgotten. This building is an example. This is the Stagecoach Square, which I was telling you guys about. This was a residential parcel, which the board approved to be changed to this zoning. And this business has served the community well. There are other examples of this same type of bringing history back to life in new buildings. On the bottom left, you'll see this is the current site for Home Church. This building is that chainsaw lawnmower repair, all those different things that existed for about 40 years. It was in disrepair. It has now been completely redone inside and out and made to look like something similar in that day. This is also across the street where it went from Coastal Lakes residential to Coastal Lakes commercial. And then also you'll see a house on the right. This was actually built on the Avenue of the Oaks, but is a great example and a historical example of bringing history to life through architectural features. Now, I'm showing you both of these pictures because I also want to point out that some of these buildings won awards from Citrus County Historical Society for bringing that architecture back into new construction. And I think that's important to note. We have the opportunity to construct a gas station here that looks like no other gas station around, that maybe is built with locally sourced wood, as those buildings I just showed you, and also provides a service to the community. So let's talk about that history. My client owns both of these properties, what's in blue and what's in red. The subject property before you is the one in red. The blue, let me back up. I want to talk to you guys and share with you guys the history of these two parcels. I'm a student of history. I think it's wise for us to all be students of history. And I believe there's many even behind me this morning who will come up and share, who love history. Both of these properties shown on the map were phosphate mines in the 1800s. In the 1800s and early 1900s, there was a jail and a work detail house on these sites. There was also a time the building on the right was utilized as an Orange Grove depot. For over 60 years, both properties have been owned by the state of Florida and utilized in a variety of different ways. For a number of years recently, the Citrus County Roadway Department even utilized the properties and for equipment storage, equipment staging, and employee parking. In fact, the properties have such a long history of intense commercial uses that before the state of Florida could sell these two properties, they had to have over 40 monitoring wells dug to make sure that there was no impacts to the waterways, there was no impacts to the commercial activity, didn't leave any impacts before they sold it, which I think is a testament to the long history that these two parcels have for commercial use. In the 21st century, the property on the right has the potential to be a fueling station for boaters, farmers, and customers. It has the potential to be a convenience store, a storage facility, and even perhaps stock some agricultural product for some of our large local farmers and ranchers. Again, I want to submit that I do not believe this is an example of spot zoning. It is an example of officially accepting a use that's been there for over 100 years. Now, I believe I was just handed another public comment this morning. I believe there's 28 public comments that you guys may have before you that have been submitted. I have meticulously combed through every one of those and have summarized them, and we'll speak to that after some come up. But I would like to point out to you guys that about 2/3 of the comments that you have received and maybe have looked at are against this project, almost exactly 2/3. Like I said, I just received one, so my math might be a little off. But about 65% of the comments are against this project because, quote, they believe that such a development is not necessary for the support of the immediate population, and that it is not water related, water dependent, and it is not a water related or water dependent commercial use. So I would like to address that water relation and that commercial use and how this project does in fact support the immediate population. To do that, I want to point out to you guys that there are two main boat ramps in Inverness, the ramp on Highway 44 and the ramp at Eden Drive. Currently, the ramp at 44 has 14 total paved parking spaces for boats. The ramp at Inverness, or the ramp at Eden Drive, has 19. That is a total of 33 paved parking spaces between the two boat ramps that Inverness has. Within 1 mile of those boat ramps, there are 14 fuel pumps, including non-ethanol fuel, which many boaters prefer in their boats. That equates to 1 pump for every 2.5 boat parking spaces. And if you've ever gone out on the weekend, most of those spaces are full, plus then some on grass. It may come as a surprise to you guys, but right around the corner from this site, there is one public boat ramp in Floral City. Now, remember I mentioned that the two combined in Inverness have 33 boat parking spaces. The boat ramp in Floral City has a total of 37 paved boat parking spaces. And this does not count all of the green space that was intentionally designed to be an overflow, which could house probably double that. With that in mind, supporting the immediate population and validating a water-related commercial use within 1 mile of that boat ramp, our boat ramp as I'm going to refer to it, there is only 4 pumps at a Sitco. And out of those 4 pumps, you can really only get to 1 if you're pulling a boat. So Floral City water users, Floral City people who use that waterway, go to Inverness, like I do, or some will go to Bushnell before they can go to that boat ramp to get fuel. To save everyone some math, there's 5 times fewer the amount of fuel stations for this boat ramp, for this property, as there is in Inverness. And keep in mind, there are no ethanol-free options for gas in Floral City currently that boaters can use. And as I said, and many of you guys probably know, that's a preferred method for a lot of boats. To say that this is not servicing the community and a gas station here, which provides diesel and also non-ethanol fuel for boaters, I think is an inaccurate statement. This fueling station will provide gas, it'll provide ice, it'll provide beverages and food, and possibly even bait for all the boaters that use this large capacity boat ramp. And with that said, I would love to answer any of you guys' questions.
Any comments from staff?
No, thank you, sir.
Any comments from the board? Yes, Commissioner Facemeyer.
Michael, you testified on 2 things I'd like clarification. Can you speak to the proposed bypass a little bit more, and can you also point out, you mentioned there was a chainsaw repair shop or something like that. Can you point out those 2 things, clarify
Sure.
those 2 things for
Yep.
me, please?
On the way to do that, I also wanted to point out these 2 pictures are really cool, not because they're in Floral City, but because they're actually Citrus County photos from the late 1800s, which show what a phosphate pit looked like, phosphate mine looked like. So nobody was alive in 1850 to 1880, but more than likely these 2 sites would have looked very similar to this. Let me backtrack to the bypass slide here. All right, and specifically, how can I, the I-75 Relief Board voted that all the east-west corridors north of Tampa, all the way to Alachua, be considered relief board and be considered congestive relief. And they voted that all of those happen. Now you see 56, 54, 52, and 50. Those projects have already been funded. And we just drove to Tampa last week. 52, this huge overpass now is coming. And so this phase of the game, many of you guys have seen on Facebook. Tell me if I start to get out of line. But many of you guys have seen on Facebook the possible maps for 44, where that east-west corridor is coming through. Nobody's really talking about this one, but they actually already started working on this one. If you go out there and look on this Chatter Road. So I'm not on the boards. I'm just aware that it's coming. I'm aware of what the property owners, where those property owners are, and how that map would look. And they've already talked about a realignment of Stagecoach, so where there's not a stop and then a turn and a jog. So that's going to be a major thoroughfare through Floral City. And they don't have an option of going south because the Nobleton doesn't have an exit; it goes over. So this is the road for east-west traffic before 44 that will come through. And like I said before, they cannot go to the light in Floral City. They have to stop short. And so that's why I believe even our own county on this map right here.
So if I could interrupt, Mike, is that what's the status of that project? Is it in design? Is it in build? Or
It's in design. There have been no seizures or purchases.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
But Duke has been authorized, there's utilities that have been authorized to go ahead and do what they could already. And you can see that if you drive this to Chatter Road. And then you mentioned the other property that was Coastal Lakes Residential that this board, I believe in 2018 or 2019, voted to become commercial, Coastal Lakes commercial. That property, well, it's the bottom left picture here, and it is located, I'm going the wrong way, I'll get there. It is located, well, it's going to be off the screen, right off the screen. See the green square that you can see on the north side of 48?
Okay, all right.
It's the parcel adjacent to that.
Okay.
There's a roadway, and it's the parcel right there, and then there's another church right next to it. So there's actually 2 churches right now. One, unfortunately, is no longer meeting. But that, Mr. Brownbit mentioned this on a previous application, the one right before me. That property was a clear example of a commercial use before LDC was created, and then because it had been there and consistently had been there, went from Coastal Lakes residential to Coastal Lakes commercial. And you guys, or this board, I should say, and so did the BOCC. And I would submit that the same exact thing historically is even stronger with these two properties. We're only looking at the one in red. But even a high intensity commercial use by Owen County was on these properties within the last 20 years. So I would submit that the same thing is relevant in this case, where it has a historical precedent of being used as commercial, and then it was just zoned as a blanket as Coastal Lakes residential at the time when those things happened. And there's other areas in Floral City specifically that are like that also. Any other questions?
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you very much. Joe?
Hello, Joe Hockedell, Principal Planner. This application is requesting to change the subject property from low-intensity coastal and lakes to coastal and lakes commercial with a planned unit development for a gas station with convenience store and mini warehouse uses. So you can see the subject property here. Yes, it does include the little triangle piece across the street. That was considered part of the legal description for the whole thing, and the applicant decided to keep that as part of the request. We would have had to need a new legal description if they were to cut that out, so they decided to just move forward with it. So you can see here it is at the corner of Istachata Road and County Road 48, both being collector roads. And here is the surrounding land uses. As Mr. Wilburn stated, there is a small Coastal Lakes commercial parcel right there. You'll see it further on in this presentation. And that does have a historical commercial use on it. So this property is bordered by low-intensity coastal and lakes residential. And in the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan, those two land uses are both described as environmentally sensitive areas to serve the immediate area or water-related or water-dependent uses. And so this is what they are requesting. The subject property is about 13 acres in size, and they want to convert the entire parcel to Coastal Lakes commercial. Here is the master plan that was submitted by the applicant. They are requesting a little over 100,000 square feet of mini warehouses, as well as a gas station with convenience store, which you can see is located over on this side. Both of these uses require a conditional use in coastal and lakes commercial. The applicant decided to do a master plan as part of this request as opposed to doing a conditional use later. A convenience store by itself isn't allowed use in CLC, but it's the gas station and the mini warehouse that would require the additional hearing. As you can see, based on the master plan, there are a lot of aspects that we typically have for non-residential development that aren't shown on this. There's no landscaping, landscape buffers, a lot of that stuff, any facade renderings. None of that has been provided with this. There's also a section in the code, section 3220, which is specific for automobile service stations that has certain separations from where the fuel is located to residential properties, setbacks, perimeter walls, or fences that really hasn't been shown or addressed as part of the request. However, the applicant has not requested any deviations from any of those requirements. The master plan submitted does meet the impervious surface ratio requirement and the floor area ratio. However, there is a comment from engineering wanting cross access. If cross access were to be required for this, we do not know if that would kick it over the impervious surface ratio or not. And speaking of engineering, Mr. Wilburn stated the Istachata is going to be a reliever. You have an email from Walt Eastman in the engineering division. They are unaware of any improvements or studies that links Istachata to any kind of reliever. So this is the subject property. This is taken more or less from the corner of Istachata Road and 48, looking kind of southeast. The property is entirely vacant. Some of the previous tree cover has been removed, although it does have an agricultural classification through the property appraiser for grazing land. This is an example of one of the single-family residences that's located across Istachata from the property. And this is a view of Istachata just south of the subject property. As you can see, it's a fairly narrow road. This is the existing commercial structure that is CLC. This building has been located there since the 70s. It was used previously for commercial use. The property was changed to Coastal Links Commercial to recognize the existing commercial use that was on site. And that subject property is about 0.8 acres in size. So this is what the subject development would look like in comparison with the surrounding area. Staff finds that this intensity for this site and this area does not seem appropriate. It is predominantly surrounded by single-family dwellings and large agricultural lands. And as you can see, it does appear to have a lot of lake and wetland area surrounding it, so it is an environmentally sensitive area. The proposal does not seem to be consistent with the surrounding character. It is outside the planned service area. There is no water and sewer services available. And the request is not compatible with the Land Development Code or Comprehensive Plan. As you can see, this area up here, which is where 48 hits at the stoplight, is where the Comp Plan and the Land Development Code expect commercial activity to occur in Floral City. So the findings are not all positive, and as Mr. Wilburn stated, there has been numerous public input supplied for this application.
Thank you. Any questions for Joe? Thank you very much, Joe. This time we'll open up the meeting to the public. If there's anyone that wishes to speak in favor of this application, please come forward. And as a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes and organizations have 5 minutes.
I think it's ready.
He gets 3. Third time's a charm.
Yes, maybe not on this one, but Josh Wooten, President, CEO, Mr. Chair, and Commissioners. I want to start out by saying I too love Floral City. When I was on the Board of County Commissioners, we invested a lot into that town center. And when I first heard of this idea, when the applicant called me, I thought, well, this sounds crazy to me. But as I started thinking about it, if there was to be any commercial activity, where would it be in that corridor? And I started thinking about the model of like Lake Lindsay and how the country store is there and how it's the citizens in that area love the ability to go there and get sandwiches and stuff. And so rather than spot zoning, I started thinking about, you know, a commercial pod right there because there's no other place in the area that you could do it. And I too am unaware of anything with Istachata other than it's already a collector road. It's considered a collector road. And I think that this probably saves trips through 48 for the locals that can get to a facility like this. And it certainly saves trips on 41 going north to acquire goods and services and fuel, diesel and all. So I would like for you not to dismiss it summarily and kind of think about if it could be a country store type with some fueling capability and y'all had oversight about the aesthetics down the road. It's not as far-fetched as I thought that it once was. And it's an investment in Floral City and y'all can control what it looks like. And I don't know where else something like this could go if the investor determines there's a need for this. This is probably one of the best outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, we'll now move to the portion where anyone who'd like to speak in opposition may come forward.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Tim Dutton. I live at 9193 South Great Oaks Drive in Floral City. And let me start by saying I want to thank you for your service. This is important work that you do. When I think about this particular proposal, I think in terms of what's at the center of it. Is at the center of this proposal the well-being of the greater community, or is it really around the profit motive of an individual? And I think also about the realities of the current land use designation for this area and how the staff indicated its incompatibility. The applicant's asking for an amendment to change to the use of coastal lakes commercial. As I understand it, this category designates those areas suitable for commercial development within coastal lakes and river regions. And the commercial uses allowed in this category are water-related, water-dependent, or necessary for the support of the immediate population. This phrase, necessary for the support of the immediate population, I think is really interesting because what I think about when I think about that is things that really are critical, like healthcare and access to food and those kind of things. I would submit that this proposal does not seem to rise to the level of necessary support. I also understand that you can allow for variances to the existing designation, and especially if there are hardships created by the current designation. But I would submit that the hardships don't exist in this particular example. A mere economic disadvantage to the owner does not constitute a hardship. Furthermore, there's significant inconsistency with neighborhood and scheme of regulations. In other words, the variance should not be granted where the use to be authorized will alter the essential character of what's going on in that area. And furthermore, and I'm telling you stuff you already know, but I want to underscore it anyway. Granting a variance is illegal and beyond the authority of any local administrative body where the proposed variance is not shown to be in harmony with this area. Now I got to tell you, I own property there, and I bought that property because of the nature of this community demonstrates a commitment to the natural environment and the beauty that's a part of it. I think this proposal is inconsistent with that. I think it fails to address the standards for receiving a variance very specifically. And more importantly, I trust that you'll continue to center the preservation of the profound natural assets of this local area and the atmosphere that it creates. I urge you to not grant this variance. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask him a question?
No. Yep.
No.
No?
No.
No. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Yes, sir.
I'm William Gilmore. I live at 8601 South Shady Point Drive in Floral City. And I wanted to speak to the point of it being necessary for the support of the immediate population. The immediate population in this area has barns and sheds. There has been absolutely no chatter on the bulletin boards or any place else requesting many warehouses. This area is so sparsely populated, the immediate population is so sparse that it doesn't even support cable and internet in this area. The immediate population is not at all benefited by this project, or at least by the warehouses. And again, there's 2 gas stations, you know, a gas station and many convenience stores 2 miles down the road. But I live about 400 feet from this parcel. And my well at 30 feet drops into a huge cavern pool of water. Around the corner from my house, there's a cave. You know, the aquifer water level in this area is incredibly high. And all this material that you get accumulated within these mini warehouses, if you have a natural disaster or a sinkhole, you're going to contaminate this entire area. It's such a bad idea, such a bad idea. In reading through the different codes, the only place you find mini warehouses automatically permitted is in the industrial areas. Even in the commercial areas, they're conditional. And it's really not appropriate at this site. The other thing I wanted to mention was that the state did auction this property a couple of years ago based on the CL zoning. And it sold at a bargain price based on CL zoning, because that's what's appropriate in this area. And I urge you to reject this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Good morning. Checking to see if it's still morning. Dr. Mary Martinezak, and I have several properties in Floral City. I own 9855 directly across the street. It would be the CL directly across the street. I'm also a farmer and rancher, and I have my farm on 10282 East Trails End Road. So I'm attending this meeting to urge you to deny the applicant's request for rezone because, as already mentioned, it's inconsistent and incompatible with the comprehensive plan. It's also an environmental threat, and it really doesn't add to tourism in our Floral City of 5395 residents. In particular, I'd like to raise a few points that Comprehensive Plan Policy 17.2.7 and 17.2.8 require that you guide development to the most appropriate areas with availability of necessary services and to reduce incompatible uses. The picture of Pudgy's is on Highway 41 that was presented. That's really the commercial area of Floral City. Your staff found that this plan is not within the planned service area and cannot connect to central sewer. There are no commercial facilities really except for that one tiny little church there. And Dr. Wilburn, who presented to you, has his doctorate in Christian education. And I'm sure as a person, I would think that he'd want to step outside and not be looking at storage units, but actually a hayfield, which is what it is now. It's not the wooded area. Those were cut down about a year ago. I don't know if permits were received for that or not. So in terms of the rezoning, the CLC zoning is for commercial use, as you all know, water related, water dependent. The 37 spaces on Duval Island, which is where I grew up, moved there in 1976. There's about 10 boats there on average. So the spaces aren't even really utilized in that area. So also the community in the surrounding area, we don't need another gas station. We don't need storage units. There are 3 storage facilities within 8 minutes from the proposed location. There's a gas station within 3 minutes from the proposed location. We have to travel into Inverness to get groceries. We have to travel into Inverness to take children to school. I'm a farmer, and I have to get grain and get hay for my cows. I go to Crystal River. So I'm passing diesel stations all the time and actually, trying to find the best price nowadays, right? The proposal's inconsistent and it's inappropriate. Lastly, I want to say regarding bring the history to life, what he means is he'll decorate a gas station and storage warehouses to look like old-timey buildings that simply put lipstick on a pig, okay? There's nothing historical or educational about that. We don't need another dressed-up building in Floral City, and 2 cars backing up at the light is not bad. So thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
My name is Jean DeFelice. I'm a longtime Floral City resident since 1997. I own agricultural land. I'm a farmer and rancher as well, and have been a member of the Floral City Heritage Council since probably 2005. I do not necessarily speak on their behalf, but only on my own. As many other persons pointed out, there are several technical issues that are attendant with this particular proposed development. I do not believe that the CLC designation is appropriate for this type of development or in this area. As you can see, it's surrounded by very environmentally sensitive lands. CLC also is intended for a single commercial use or business on a single property. I believe that it sounds like there are two intended, mini warehouses and gas station convenience store. The proposed use, as others have said, is incompatible with the area, and it is not the highest and best use of the property. I won't bore you with the legal definition of highest and best use, but you can imagine what that might be. I've also spent 20 years working in career and technical education in this community, preparing young people and others to work in high-wage, high-skilled jobs. I don't believe this proposed development will bring high-wage, high-skill employment to Floral City. There are safety and traffic concerns. The submission of the site plan may be somewhat misleading in that it shows a single double line on Highway 48. In fact, most of 48 is no passing along the entire area from 41 until just about halfway past the frontage of the proposed site. And then it turns into a passing zone for eastbound traffic only to end several hundred feet right at Cove Point and then become no passing once again. East Bushnell Road in that area is curving. It's also 45 miles an hour for most of it, and it's 45 miles an hour for a reason. I believe our county's engineering department also indicated that on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being a dangerous or a bad road, the road has been considered an 8 on that scale. Bushnell Road, that is. There's some ingress and egress issues that I am concerned about. And also the aesthetics and compatibility, as others have stated. I'm a little concerned that we're just trying to dress up commercial development, slap a vintage facade on it, and try to make it something that it's not. I'm not aware of any educational benefit to gas stations and mini warehouses in preserving the history of Floral City, Florida. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? See no more. Dr. Wilburn, would you like to make any closing comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I would first like to address Mr. Dutton's comments about the lack of being water related or support of the immediate population. As I've already mentioned, in comparison to the water use and the boat ramp facility that the county has expensed funds for and maybe one day will charge for, there is a drastic underservice of fuel pumps in the area. I would also like to point out we're not asking for a variance. We're asking for a plan unit development where you guys get the ultimate say over conditions. You guys get the ultimate say over specifically what makes it and what doesn't on that site plan that has been proposed. So we're not asking for a variance. And in terms of service to the immediate population, Mr. Gilmore, who spoke next, made mention that he doesn't see the need for storage, but alluded to the fact, possibly, don't want to put any words in anybody's mouth, that a gas station possibly could be used or serviced in that area. I'd like to talk about storage. My presentation didn't really talk about storage that much. That was not intentional. However, we've talked a lot about, let me get the quote right. We've talked a lot about dressing up a commercial building or putting lipstick on a pig. And I'm proud of the building that is built at Stagecoach where my office is. I've heard county commissioners for years since it was done in open session refer to that as a model example of what contextual development should look like. I do have, as Dr. Mary mentioned, I do have a PhD in Christian education. However, my specific doctorate is in administration leadership with an emphasis on contextual buildings. And so I'm proud of that building. And the reason I'm mentioning that is the only reason I currently do not own that building is because at the time I was designing about 8 mini warehouses in our community. And I've talked to several of this board and the BOCC about this, but I was scared there was going to be too many. And so I sold, when an opportunity came up, I sold that building. Right now in my office, one little guy in Floral City, I have 23 storage facilities on my desk and in my queue. Storage facilities are something that this county needs. Americans are collectively continuing to collect junk. And it is a fact, it is a mind-blowing fact. I currently represent the owner of the storage facility, which many have mentioned behind me in their opposition, as well as the ones that are within 8 miles that were also discussed. It's one single owner, not this particular owner, but many do not know. You guys do because you approved it. That Stagecoach facility is currently building 3 new buildings because there is a need for storage in Floral City. I never would have dreamed it. That's why I sold 3 years ago. But there is a need, and they are full. The storage facility at Gobbler is 99% full. And so I didn't talk about storage very much as being nascent and needy to the immediate population. But if that storage is built, it will fill up from people's junk in Floral City, I promise. Otherwise, why would they want to invest all the money? And all the demographics continually are saying that they have between 20 and 30% market share to keep building, which is mind-boggling to me. To Miss DeFelice, she is correct. The Land Development Code says that this property, if approved, can't be 2 separate entities, and that is accurate. We've worked with staff on that. This is proposed as one ownership for both facilities, single user, single owner, which is allowed. And this board has approved other projects in similar fashion with the same thought process. Lastly, and I don't know, am I driving this or are you guys, this is yours or mine?
Would you like your
Oh, this is
PowerPoint
Joe's. Yes, no, could you go back? Hang on. Yes. As Dr. Mary mentioned, I do have a PhD in Christian education. I'm a pastor. Currently started a church about a year ago, do that bivocationally. And this facility is actually my church. My church gathers here. And the possibility of having a gas station is kind of exciting because it's another beacon, it's another gathering point, it's another thing that Floral City can have where we're not the redheaded stepchild of the family and the county. It's something that we can have that we can be proud of. And I do think it's very educational, and we get the opportunity oftentimes to talk. People come into my office probably on a monthly basis wanting to know why the building looks like this. People travel from tourism we talked about, and they made mention of. Many have made mention of. People come from all over the country to go to that little hamburger shop, Pudgy's. And when they do, oftentimes they'll come and they'll knock on my door and they'll say, "Why did you do this? Why did you design it this way?" Well, funny story. And then I have a picture in my office where I can tell them the history of this. So I think there's a lot to be said about history, a lot to be said about using locally sourced materials and architecturally putting things like this. I would rather see that than a metal building any day. I would rather see that than a block building that's just a standard hip that you would see in a normal office complex in a large city. I think it's unique. I think it identifies our character and establishes for the next generation what Floral City heritage and where our background came from. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions, comments, thoughts, ideas, good or bad?
I will start.
Thank you.
The gentleman, one of the first gentlemen that spoke used the phrase character of underlying area. And I wanted for him to expand on that because I'm not sure what exactly that means, but I have my own perception of what that means. From a compatibility perspective, I'm thinking this is more of a rural area, whereas you do have your hub, i.e. commercial area within Floral City. And as our county representatives have mentioned, it was not compatible. But I still have to go back to that character of underlying area phrase, and that to me says that this is an area where you have farmers, you have ranchers, you have people, via their occupation. It still is much more of a rural area, and I don't believe this is compatible with that. And because of that thought process, and from what I've heard today, I will not be supporting this proposal.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to offer thoughts?
Just Mr. Chairman, I'll
Yes,
echo,
Commissioner Stone.
I'll echo those thoughts. The staff has found it to be inconsistent and incompatible, so I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll say the same thing. I would like to tell Dr. Wilborn that's thank you for the very thorough presentation. There were some things that I learned in there that I didn't know about. I'm not here to determine whether or not a gas station or mini storage warehouses are feasible or needed in that particular area. All I can rely on is the staff presentation, and what they tell me is incompatible and inconsistent, so I would not be in favor of the application.
Anyone else?
What they said.
Okay. Anyone else?
With them.
I'm with them also, and also I felt that the application wasn't really as sufficient as it should have been. There left some openings as far as how things were going to go. For instance, I believe Dr. Wilburn was talking about trying to make this look architecturally pleasing. If that's what he wanted, I think he should have submitted some form of sketches or renderings showing us what the facilities might look like. So I think that, he didn't present that information, which could have been a benefit to all of us. Also, he didn't really get into the environmental situations, seeing as there's no water and sewer available there, and the potential impact to any of the local wells. So I just don't think that there's enough data to support this, as well as the other comments that were brought forth by the commissioners. So I will not support this either. Anyone else? With that, can we have a motion, please?
For the purpose of a motion,
Yes, sir.
the Planning and Development Commission finds application number CPA AAPUD-22-04 inconsistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends denial of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
Commissioner Barnes. We have a first by Commissioner Bramlett and a second by Commissioner Barnes. Any other comments? Any questions? All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, just a reminder to the public that this is a recommendation to the county commissioners. This will go forward to a county commissioner agenda at a later date.
Take a necessary break.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Since I'm sure we're going to have a fairly long presentation, we'll reconvene at 20 after 12. Give us 10 minutes, please, gentlemen. Thank you.
My time estimate was inaccurate.
I know it was, and I'm holding you responsible.
We're accountable. That's
After you, sir. No, I insist. Thank you.
So Tony was in town not long ago?
Yeah, I think
Did you get to see him?
I did not.
No, I didn't either. I think I saw him go up the seventh hole one day, and then it was just kind of, I didn't have time to track him down.
Initially supposed to come down on like April 10th. So, nobody hears anything from him. I don't hear anything from him because everybody's asking me. So it's supposed to be April 10th. So then he calls me and he says he's going to be in town like the 18th or 20th of April. So I said, okay, and he said he was going to be here Tuesday evening. And then I told him, well, I'm playing
that was a definite
Brentwood,
mistake.
but I said, listen, man, I'm not playing Brentwood anymore. I said, you should probably go play Brentwood. You can see more people on Wednesday than you could with just coming out with me to World.
My husband said, well, what do you
And
want?
so I said, go play World.
I need
Because I said, you won't see me at Brentwood.
Yeah.
I'm boycotting.
Yeah. I'm running down a couple hundreds right
He
now.
said, okay, I'll call you later. Okay, that's fine. And then but he did say he was leaving Friday morning to go up into the Destin area.
Are those
His
cameras
wife
working?
wants to sell the house.
They're recording all
And they
this?
want to move to Destin.
And they're
Now,
getting my
why
bolts
Destin?
from it.
I have no
I
idea.
understand it's very nice.
No, I don't think so.
No idea.
Yeah.
It don't,
So maybe she's
really
got
what's
some connections there or something. I
the
don't know.
front.
So
It
that's
only
the
really
last I heard. So
That's what's on YouTube.
10 days.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
So he was using that to what he was
10,
focused.
10 days, plenty of time to get there, right?
Very much
Yeah,
so.
just do Citrus
But all
County.
Of course, one
Development
thing
Commission.
we don't,
It'll
he's
come up
got,
with a
he's
watch
got,
list, and it's got.
Really?
he's got.
You
a
haven't
short
watched
release
yourself
now
on
that he had.
YouTube yet?
I only saw it when we were in the BOCC's chamber.
What I'm,
That's when I know I found out about the bald spot.
Yeah, because you're watching my dish right.
About that
Oh, 'cause
short.
I was at the side table where Randy Oliver usually sits.
Yeah.
And
He's not
the camera
used
was
to that.
pointing this way.
I wouldn't think so.
I have not watched any of this stuff.
I watched a few of them.
I can't.
Do they have the comments? I think the comments
Well,
are
and
turned off.
even when,
That's what I was
before I knew him,
I also found out that I sound like
he
a
was
cross between
big time
Pesci
professional,
and
right?
Balboa.
And it was like, hey, dude, I gotta go
Listening
do
to
this.
yourself is always
I
kind of
gotta,
interesting.
and that was
You
all
never
part
sound
of the
the way
deal,
you
right?
hear
He
yourself.
has not played one round since he's been married. I mean, since he's moved away.
Yeah, I did see him go by my house that one day, but that was
Yeah, it
it.
was probably that Wednesday, with the group. I told him, I said, listen, man, don't come with me, You go to Brentwood.
No, that was the right device.
Yeah, because I thought.
These guys are serious. They got
I'll see many more people there that want to see
ties on and.
versus just me.
Oh, yeah, this is,
So it's like,
this is a real recording.
we'd at least get to see him, catch up. Oh, yeah. I mean, he was
What time we get lunch?
it's my question also would have
I thought they were catering to us today with.
one lives in.
I got issues with it.
We talked about
Yeah, it was a little farther south. Right?
And the other one's way down in.
That was nice.
Lutz.
Okay, yeah.
Vicky told me that they were bringing a full-blown lunch.
Oh, that's what.
Well,
That's why
in
she's
2 or
not
3
here,
days,
right?
yeah, that's right.
She's up eating the lunch.
And half
She's
the
on a
day is
cruise
there.
ship.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Buffet in it.
She's having a blast over
That's,
there.
that's the, huh?
She laughed at me saying, yeah, a lot of trees in the next to them.
Well, I mean, I understand that they have beautiful beaches there.
Are you playing with a wall?
I don't know what
So she seems to be fitting in very well. At least down here, that way.
Of course, I don't know
I've known her for a little while.
what his wife did between last time they saw each other a million years ago and the time they got married. So, maybe she's into that stuff.
Good morning.
The only thing is with stuff like that, I usually leave that stuff.
thought it was a real
Engineering is not gonna.
Well, you know what? I might have been talking to you, but I was talking to somebody, and I said,
This measures out.
he went up there to visit her. And he was all excited, telling me about this. We connected on Facebook. And I said to somebody, I bet he comes back and says he's going to get married. Somebody said, he came back and he is married.
You don't want any people come out.
I mean, it was to the point, well,
Remember, hey,
And somebody just cooked their lunch back there, I think.
Golf. It was it. Golf was was his life.
Yeah, 'cause there's the other one down by.
Yep.
Because we're having changes to whatever.
Yeah, and he talked about.
But there's also the part where it's down by culverts too.
Yeah.
Might be.
That's fine. Is it right there the same that culvert's building right now?
Yeah, the new culverts that are going over 499.
Like, can you hear my stomach growling over there?
I mean, I'm not.
Thank you.
Yeah, but people, but there's just, when they go through that next phase of life,
Smells like cheddar broccoli rice.
continue living
Holland's
without
I know that.
big commitment.
I don't know. He was,
You guys went
subservient maybe, or, you know. I know. But, you know, tweets his own. Right. I haven't talked to him since.
You really? Since when he was here and you didn't catch up?
Yeah. Talked to him since.
Wow. A couple of these, so.
I mean, because the thing is, you know, I used to call him, and he used to pick
Well,
his
you guys are tight.
I know. I'm just telling you, man, it's a leash. It's a leash.
Well, I think most are already
right.
married here, and then, the leash is there.
All right. Who's that behind those Foster grants?
I know. Whatever's blooming is killing my allergies.
Oh, would you like to borrow my glasses too?
Yeah.
You won't see too well in them though. Okay, we have application PUD 22-01.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Lacanto LLC for Anchorage LLC, 3499 West Norvell Bryant Highway, Lacanto, Florida. This application is to establish a planned unit development for non-residential uses with various deviations in the general commercial district, GNC, with the medium density residential district, MDR. Aerial view of the subject property highlighted in black. Here is the zoning map for the subject property and surrounding area. Looking east on West Norvell Bryant Highway. A picture of the site. Master plan as submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. If the applicant would like to come forward and give us your presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will Anderson with the Ferber Company. My address is 102nd Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida. And we are the applicant and master developer of the project.
Thank you.
We are very happy to bring this project in front of you today. I really wanted to first thank staff for working so well with us. Joanna and Miranda, thank you so much. Cindy, thank you. We really appreciate all the work you put into this. We can share with you today for the first time publicly that our anchor tenant on this project is a Target store proposed. So I can share that great news with you today. So I'm just going to turn this over to our team, and we really appreciate your time today.
I was prepared to say good morning, but I think it's good afternoon now. So good afternoon, McGregor Love, Lowndes Law, 215 North Yola Drive in Orlando. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. So now you know that this is a PUD master plan for a property with 10 individual lots and the anchor tenant being Target. And as Will indicated, we've been working with planning staff right up until last evening on some of the finer details of this submittal and of the conditions of approval. And as a function of Target's sort of design criteria that they implement across the nation, we have had to seek several deviations from the code. And most of those are supported by staff. We'll walk through those. Several of them are not. And because of that, we'll be asking for some modifications to the current draft of the conditions of approval, but we'll walk through that as we go along. And we did have a presentation which we submitted, and because things have been kind of changing in real time leading up to the hearing, we didn't want to present that because some of the presentation would no longer be accurate. So this is perfect if we can remain on the site plan here, and I'm just going to test this out because I think that's how that works. Perfect. Okay. So I will start walking through some of the areas of this presentation, some of the areas of this application where we are seeking deviations. And if you're following along, it'll follow the staff report. And I'm going to start with landscape buffers because there's an access issue and transportation that comes before it, but I'm going to have our traffic expert, Michael Yates, talk about that after I'm finished. So the first landscape deviation we're seeking is a deviation from the 400 square foot of landscaping for every 10 parking stalls. We are asking for 200 square feet, and because we don't have an electronic presentation, I'm going to use a couple of poster boards here. So this is our landscaping plan. And the intent with our landscaping plan, and the applicant is ready to commit to this, is that the amount of landscaping that would be required under code would be fit into that 200 square feet per 10 stalls rather than 400 square feet per 10 stalls. So you would still have the sort of enhanced landscaping that you can see that meets or exceeds code, but it would be just in a smaller area. And that is one deviation that's currently not supported by staff that we'll be asking to be included into the conditions of approval. Another deviation is removal of the 15-foot type C buffer between access drive and drainage retention area and replacing it with a 5-foot buffer. This is on the west side of the project, right here. That's where this deviation is being sought. And of course the purpose of a buffer is to separate your project, your development from an adjacent use. And you can see there that there's that 2.4 acre stormwater pond that spans about 200 feet. So in terms of separation from the adjacent property, there's over 200 feet of separation. So we think that satisfies the intent of the buffer requirement, and staff does support that. The next deviation is the 25-foot type D buffer. We're proposing a 15-foot type D buffer with a vinyl fence. That's at the north property line. You can see along here at that north property line. So there'll be a vinyl fence. And just for context, because we're not looking at an aerial right now, at the moment, the closest residential building is over 1,000 feet from this property. Not to say that in the future there won't be residential units, but right now, in terms of property owners and single-family homeowners who are impacted in the directly adjacent area, they're over 1,000 feet away. That's actually the highest point of our site, so anyone building directly adjacent to us is a minimum of 15 to 20 feet higher than our site. And just a note for you, I don't know whether it's been corrected in the staff report that you have in front of you right now, but we are actually not seeking the type D buffer removal on page 5 under the type D buffer deviation. So,
Either of them? Because there's two.
No,
It says 25-foot type D buffer with wall abutting residential areas. You're asking for two deviations.
the first deviation we are seeking, that's the one I discussed on the north.
The 15-foot type D buffer with a vinyl fence in one area. So the 15-foot type C buffer not supported by staff in this area is the one you're eliminating.
That's correct.
Okay.
Moving on to parking standards. We're seeking a deviation for reduced parking for 503 parking spaces from 541. That's supported by staff. We are willing to provide a parking study to show that the proposed use does not require 541 spaces, and we're willing to condition final permitting on staff reviewing and approving that as well. The next parking deviation is a deviation For 20% of the parking on the side of the Target building, we propose 10.5%. Staff supports that. Target does not have a sort of ingress egress on the side. They don't have a garden center. And we are also willing to condition approval on, if needed, prohibiting public access on the south side if that's required. Moving on to loading zones, this deviation request also is supported by staff for reduced loading zones from 8 to 4. Target does not require 8 loading zones. We don't want to put more loading zones than are required. We understand that if they want more in the future, if something changes, they'll have to come back before and request a modification. Staff supports that request for a deviation. Impervious surface area, ISR is proposes 80%, code requires 70%. Staff does support that. We do have that, again, that 2.4 acre stormwater pond here at the west end of the property. And that has staff support because, I believe that ISR is offset by that stormwater pond. And we have a couple of signage deviation requests. The first is for the allowable number of signs. This is staff supported. We're asking for 1 sign at each main entrance. So along here, right there, we propose 2 shared multi-tenant signs, and each out parcel gets 1 sign, with the exception of the corner parcel, which also gets 1 sign per road frontage, which is 2 total. So we have obviously, you can see major road frontage along here, and we're proposing a unified sign plan, which I can pull it for you here. These are just a few elevations of the sign, not the overall plan. You can see that's the multi-tenant sign. That would be the anchor tenant sign. So the master sign plan will have all of these signs. There'll be uniformity among the signs. There won't be a disconnected grouping of unsightly signs. They'll all look similar, and staff supports that request. The one deviation request that staff we've been working with staff on is the placement of signs in the actual perimeter buffers. So the request would be to have inside of the landscaping buffers along here to have those signs placed. The code requires them to be located outside of those buffers, and I think it's obvious the reason behind that. I think we've all seen examples where you have a landscaping buffer that's just a pad of wilting plants with a concrete pole sign. But the benefit of the PUD process is that you actually get to look at what our plans are, you get to understand who the applicant is, and you get to decide whether you will trust them to do the right thing aesthetically to meet the purpose of code. And because of the unified sign plan, because this is, you understand who the anchor tenant is and their work in the past, we think that a deviation here is justified. And the last signage deviation is reduce setbacks from the right-of-way. Code requires 25 feet. We are asking for 10 feet at the moment, and there's a couple of reasons for that. First is visibility from the road. It's obviously a major roadway coming from the northeast, in east and west, which also has an implication in safety. The further you place the signs back, the harder it is to actually locate one of the individual tenants you're looking for from the road. And in addition to, I think there's just across the street, the Walmart and the Wawa have been allowed to have their signs placed somewhere within that buffer. And also, because I forgot to mention it, they've also been allowed to do that within the landscape buffer. There is a site lighting request that we have removed So the deviation there, you can kind of scratch that from your list if it's not reflected in your staff report. And now I will turn it over to Michael Yates to talk about access and transportation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Michael Yates with Palm Traffic. And I just want to go through some of the transportation reviews, deviations, and conversations we've had. And I know there's one particular issue that we're in a disagreement with staff on related to internal access. Let me start there. So if you can see the site plan, the issue is the first driveway connection from the main roads. You can see this location shown on here, and then they're the same along each of the roadways on the internal driveway. And so the kind of difference of opinion is, what are those access roads classified as? And so based on our reading of the code, our understanding of the DOT guidelines, we believe we are meeting your code with a placement of 75 feet from the intersection. And let me go through and explain why we believe this. So I do a lot of DOT permitting. I'm in with DOT, talking to them on a regular basis. I probably do 50, 75 permit apps with DOT every year for the last 30 years. And so their definitions are pretty consistent. And is it okay if I hand stuff out?
Yeah.
No?
Well, not if they haven't seen
Is it new?
It's
stuff?
new.
Yeah,
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay. So I will describe it and we'll go from there. So the way DOT classifies their variations in their code is, so this distance from the intersection to the first driveway, like here, and then also here, that is considered corner clearance. That is the distance from the intersection to the first point of conflict, first driveway. And then the next definition is from the driveway between the next driveway. And so that is called driveway separation. So those are described in your tables of 7.1 and 7.2. Whereas 7.1 goes through and gives the driveway separation requirements, and table 7.2 goes through and gives the corner clearance separation. And then, so after 7.2 within the code, there is another section called the driveway throat distance. And so in that definition, that is following what DOT describes as driveway length. And they're the very same. Actually, the code references the exact same figure from the FDOT driveway guide. And so that is described as the first point from the driveway, the right turn lane edge of pavement, to the first point of conflict, where that silver arrow is there and on that one. So that is what DOT describes as driveway length. And the same as the code describes that as throat depth. And so they're the exact same. They even reference the DOT guidelines. And so with the driveway throat depth within the table for 100 trips or more, there is two different distances. One is if you're providing a right turn lane on the main thoroughfare. Hit the wrong button again. As you can see, the right turn lane here on the main thoroughfare, and at each of the driveways, we are providing a right turn lane. So there will be a right turn lane on 486 and on 491 at each of the project driveways. And so they make a distinction between the distance between that roadway and the first point of conflict, whether there's a right turn lane or not. And that's because if there is any queuing, it would stack into the right turn lane and not impact the thoroughfare roadway. And so if there is a right turn lane, the distance is 75 feet. If there is not, it is 150 feet. And on our plan, we have made the request for the 75 feet, which is what we believe meets the county's requirements. I am happy to answer any detailed questions on that. We did do a traffic study. We did submit the traffic study. The intersection works at acceptable level of service. We're providing turn lanes at all the project driveways. And we are happy to go through any of the more detailed questions.
I have a question.
Sure.
There are two existing entrances to going nowhere right now with
Correct.
turn lanes. Are those the ones you're talking about?
Those are, yes. I know that's, I believe it's this one at the north end.
Yeah.
There is an existing driveway, the existing turn lane. That was of sufficient length, so we did not need to modify it, but we did run the traffic on it to make sure that it was of sufficient length.
On the north end of your 491 curve, there's an arrow going in for another. Is that a shared entrance?
I believe that is,
That's also existing, I believe.
yes,
So that's not yours.
that is not being used for us. I think that is a shared access.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Looking at your capacity analysis, I did not see any indication as to the existing queue length that you're traveling south to turn right, nor did I see what the proposed queue length would be, because that would have a negative or positive impact on that proposed driveway that you have on that side. I might have missed it, but I did not see that.
Yeah, it's buried in the appendix. It's hard to. And so you're specifically talking about this southbound right queue from here to here?
To that driveway, correct.
So we ran a program called Synchro. And what Synchro does, it does a detailed evaluation of the intersection. So it's a lot more advanced than the old highway capacity software that we used to use. And so what it can actually do is simulate the traffic. So you put in the volumes, you put in the signal operations, you put in all the details of that, including turn lane links and everything. And so that southbound right, and I'm gonna check and make sure I got the exact numbers. So the southbound right would be 78 feet in the morning and 168 feet in the PM, and that is the 95th percentile. So that is, we're approximately 400 and I think 25 feet from the intersection to the location of this driveway. So it's a lot further than it looks on a
Right.
small scale plan.
I'm looking at your analysis for CR 49146 and background plus Project AM peak hour. I don't see where that queue shows
Yeah,
up.
it's in a separate.
So you did not give us that data?
It's in the.
Okay.
It's in the very back.
Okay.
Appendix, or should be a Q section back there.
I don't remember seeing that, but thank you. Also, that driveway is going to be a right-in only, correct?
A right in, right out.
Driveway D, which I believe is that driveway right there.
Yes.
In your access recommendations, the project driveway has right-in only access to 491. So therefore, that's only right turn in, not right turn out according to your access recommendations. If that's correct,
yes,
then that
you are
entrance should
correct.
only be
It was
16.
right in only.
So that access right now, as I scaled it off, is about 32 feet. I think if you're gonna have one way in, you only need about 16 feet. So I hope that change is brought forward when you do make your final plans.
Repeat that comment one more time.
Okay, right now, if you scale that, as you have it shown on the plan, it scales out at about 32 feet in width. If you have a one lane in, you could probably get away with about 16 feet, because I think if you keep it
16 feet is correct.
Right, so I think that, I hope that you'll make that change.
Yes,
when you
yes.
get
Yeah,
to
as
that
we go
point.
through detailed engineering plans, yes.
Okay. Also, if you go back to your estimated daily traffic for the report, you indicate there's 12,955 daily round trips. If you look at your estimated daily project traffic, it's 24,319. You have the differences on your pages. I think that you shorted yourself on this, so I'm hoping that your numbers really, honestly, or totally reflect all of your numbers correctly. Just so that
Yes.
we are totally ensured that we are getting the correct analysis for this.
Yes. So.
I mean, just
Yeah.
concerned.
No. So yes, I looked at the text. Yes, the text is incorrect.
Okay,
The
thank
table 1 is correct.
Okay.
And so daily doesn't really get used in the analysis per se, other than informational purposes.
Right, but again, I just want to make sure that we're
Yes.
looking at apples and apples and oranges and oranges. That's
Yes,
all.
very, very true.
Okay, I think that's all I had for you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else of this gentleman?
Let me ask a question. This stack lane in here, you've got your right-hand turn, and then you've got a curb coming back out here until you develop a new stack lane for the second driveway. Is that correct?
Yes, right there.
This piece right here.
Yes.
Does that have to be there?
It doesn't have to be, and we can work through that with engineering. So the way a lot of the driveways are done today is that they try to avoid continuous right turn lanes once you get out of the intersection. And so what, more often than not, and particularly when we're doing DOT permitting, they want to see that radius come out, and so it's not a long continuous right turn lane.
Okay.
But we can work through engineering between now and we go to the board with those kind of detailed questions.
I'm sure I'm not the only person who's been stuck in the wrong lane and having to try to force my way back into the through lane to kind of turn back out
Yeah.
again.
So it's just been a change in philosophy, particularly with DOT, on how to do those. So, they went through and built all these continuous right turn lanes. And then after they get done, they go, oh, yeah, we don't want to do those anymore. And
Right, so
they come
everybody's
back and-
conditioned to get in the right turn and think that they can turn at that next light, and then they go, oh, what is this island doing here?
So now that
just
is
dealt
what,
with that.
that is now what they make us do on all of them.
That was good. That was good.
That's the state.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For the record, McGregor Love, here on behalf of the applicant. It's a lot to put on you when everyone's late for lunch, so I'm going to conclude as quickly as I can and kind of suggest where we are and where we see this going. To reiterate what I alluded to earlier, we think that with buffering, with parking, with landscaping and signage, that we've taken what targets sort of proven, format for these sort of properties is, and we've adapted them to meet the intent of your code. And so because of that, we have a couple of different suggestions for additions or deletions from the suggested conditions for approval. And I can either do that prior to or after staff gives its presentation. Does the county have any opinion on?
I think we'll let. All right, we'll take your suggestions.
Sure.
now.
Yeah, he's here,
Sure. To condition number 5, we would have the reference to signage in the buffer areas stricken so that it would allow signage in the buffer areas for the reasons that I discussed. To condition number 7, we would provide 2 additional exceptions to those requirements. So the exception that the applicant can provide 200 square feet of landscaping for every 10 parking stalls, with the same amount of landscaping otherwise required for a 400 square foot island. So that's the first addition. The second being, and a 15-foot type D buffer with a 6-foot vinyl fence along abutting the residential area. And that's the one to the north that we described. Condition number 11. We believe our current assessment is that the turn lane improvement can be accomplished entirely within the existing right-of-way. So we'd like to carve in a condition that says that only if the turn lane improvements required are unable to be accommodated in the existing right-of-way, then additional right-of-way dedication may be required. And finally, for condition 12, frankly, I do not know what version of that you have in your packet today, because that is something we were working, up until the evening with staff on. For the reasons that Michael laid out in his presentation, we believe that our current plan does actually satisfy code, so we wouldn't need a deviation there. So what we would actually want is the condition to read as it read prior to our discussion with staff in the past few days, which really just obligated us to comply with code. So we would make the request that staff go back to the language contained in that condition. I have it in front of me, and I can either read that in, or we can agree to go back to that prior version, however the county would like me to
I
proceed.
think it's going to be a lot easier this late in the meeting if you wait until staff's presentation and we do that
Sure.
discussion for that condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anybody have any questions?
I have one question. We're just talking a Target store, not a super Target, not a
Correct.
CVS, not a combination of all.
Correct, and we do have a, hopefully here's just for reference again, here's the elevation there. It's just a normal Target, no garden center. I'm not sure if we know square footage yet, but.
With the understanding there's many out parcels in front of
Correct.
us. So when
Thank
you
you.
talk about CVS, could be.
I was just concerned
Talking about
inside the
inside.
store because of parking.
I have a question regarding site grading. The corner of 491 and 486 is very low. Center of the property is high. West end is high. North end is high. How do you plan on grading this parcel in such a way that you can meet ADA requirements, tie yourself into all the boundaries, still get a storm drainage detention basin in, and still drain everything to that based on how this site is currently?
That's a good question that can be answered by somebody with a different educational background than myself, but we do have a topo survey that I can show you. And if you wanted to handle that, Will. I'll get that pulled up.
Will Anderson, I'm actually going to turn that over to Kyle. He's the civil engineer on the project.
Thank you.
But I did want to clarify, just with the gentleman's questions, Mr. Barnes' questions, about the type of target proposed here. So Target does not do the super Target versus regular Target anymore. It's one store, and so it may have components of and will likely have components of what was a super Target at one time. So they have a food component, a pharmacy component, etc. So I do want to just clarify that it is, they within the 135,080 square feet of proposed, that they will likely have those amenities.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions about that?
No,
I can answer anything.
my
Okay.
next question you answered with the
Thank you,
square
sir.
footage of the building.
Good afternoon, Kyle Morrell, Bowler Engineering, 3820 Northdale Boulevard. So to answer your question about the grading, you are right, it has been difficult. We currently have a full grading plan for the target and for the infrastructure. And what we've utilized are stepped finished floor elevations for each of the out parcels. We do have the benefit that 486, as you head west, does get higher in elevation, so it has made it a little bit easier, and likewise on 491. But what we have currently under design and to be submitted under separate application would be each of the out parcels having some form of direct ADA access to the sidewalk via some type of sidewalk switchback possibly. But we would have to adhere to ADA criteria and have at least one sidewalk connection for each of the parcels direct to the right-of-way.
So how are you still going to drain it? You haven't answered that question because you still got the low, you got the high, and then so are you trying to balance this between cut and fills so that you don't have to bring any material in and still be able to grade this and not build any walls? I'm
Correct.
just not.
To the best of our ability, we are trying to have a net neutral, no cut, no fill site. Obviously, the southern portion of the site will require significant fill. The northern portion of the site will have significant cut. Our stormwater pond currently does function. It is approximately 15 feet deep. with the majority of that just being grassed side slope. It will be a dry retention pond. But we have a series of pipes and inlets across the master infrastructure and the out parcels that would tie to a main trunk line that would discharge it into the stormwater pond where it would receive all the water quality and water quantity. And then it would discharge south, mimicking the existing patterns.
Okay. So you said that you do have some pretty good grades on the north side. So will you be building a wall along that north side?
At this time, no retaining wall will be required.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? That concludes your presentation, sir?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Staff, any questions for the applicant?
No, I think we're ready to present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. It's
Hi,
not
Miranda.
too often I have to say good afternoon. Okay. Ready? Okay. Thanks. Okay, so this application is to establish a plan unit development for various commercial uses in the general commercial and medium density residential district. Parcel size is approximately 29.7 acres, and that's on the corner of County Road 491 and County Road 46. They are both classified as minor arterial roadways. The dark black line is the configuration of the subject property. However, if you look at the lighter black lines, those are the lot lines that we recognize on our LDC atlas. So as of right now, we don't recognize the subject property, but the applicant has submitted an infrastructure permit and a site and a plat application that are pending outcome of this PUD. The surrounding parcels on the southwest and east are designated non-residential, and to the north is residential. The site does have significant elevation changes. You can see on the corner, it's about 78 feet, and as you go north, it goes to 163 feet. The property is vacant with scattered trees. There are some groupings up in the northeast area. The survey delineates multiple specimen trees, and the applicant has stated that all trees will be removed in the project area. So at the time of permitting, they will have to submit a tree preservation plan and mitigate for the specimen trees over 24 inches. This is looking east at the intersection. There are gas stations and fast food currently along those areas. And this is looking southeast from the property across from 46, and there's a fast food restaurant on that corner. This is looking across 486. There's a shopping center that has several commercial uses already established, and there's more underway. The site was also approved through a development agreement back in 2011, and that has been modified since then. This is looking west on County Road 46. That right turn lane leads to the subject property. And this is looking on the western portion of the site, and there are scattered specimen trees. And you can see some of the slope changes in that photo. And this is looking more east towards the intersection. On the southeast corner of the site, there are, again, large elevation changes. It goes down to about 78 feet. Most of the site has flood zone X, but in this particular area, it's flood zone AE. And this is an overall view of what the subject property looks like from 46. Here's an existing connection point on 491. This is just outside the subject property boundaries. Here's another look at that. And right across from that point, there are some commercial uses. This is looking south on 491 towards the intersection. Going back to the subject property, the applicant has submitted a biological study. That study did show that there are gopher tortoises burrows and an active bald eagle's nest. And you can see where that nest is, and it's highlighted in orange on the slide. The study also notes that eastern indigo snake and Florida burrowing owl may be present. The study notes a 660-foot buffer is required per U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and as proposed, that would hinder the proposed master plan. So the applicant is working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife to have permits for the gopher tortoises, as well as submitting a eagle's nest take to remove the tree with the nest outside of the nesting season per U.S. Fish and Wildlife protocols and guidelines. This is the applicant's proposed master plan. The proposed master plan proposes 10 parcels. The applicant is proposing a shared 2.4 acre DRA system. This can be modified at time of permitting as long as it meets Chapter 6 of the LDC. This site is also located within the planned service area, so it will be connected to central water and sewer. Okay. Lot 10 proposes a 135,000 square foot retail building. The other lots uses are not identified as part of this request. Each lot has at least 100 foot of road frontage on the internal private driveways, and the smallest parcel proposed is 0.73 acres. Staff was concerned about the parcel sizes, but the applicant is aware that the parcel sizes may restrict some potential uses. The traffic analysis submitted used a mixture of commercial uses, but they are not bound by this PUD. There have been ongoing discussions with the engineering division, and I'll cover some of those conditions as well as standards in the last slide. As mentioned, the site is primarily GNC, and there's a strip of MDR. In the MDR district, you have the access aisles, some parking, part of the anchor store, and the loading area is within that strip, and that's part of this request. The GNC district has a maximum ISR of 70%, and the applicant is proposing 80%. With that request, staff it does support it, but during the permitting process, each site will have to provide and demonstrate ability to meet ISR and the cumulative ISR for the whole development if that deviation is approved. The subject property is subject to large non-residential standards, and the applicant is seeking deviations from parking and loading zone areas. The first deviation is for the anchor store. At that size, the LDC will require 541 spaces, and the applicant is proposing 503 spaces. Staff is in support of that deviation. There is also a requirement to place 20% of the required parking in the rear and sides, and the applicant is proposing 10.5% on one of the sides of the anchor store. The LDC also requires 400 square feet of landscaping for every 10 spaces and a 5-foot median in between the back-to-back parking spaces, and staff does not support that request. Lastly, the retail store of 135,000 square feet requires 8 loading zones, and the applicant is proposing 4. Staff has no problem with that deviation. It wasn't delineated on this plan, but the anchor store will have to provide bicycle parking. Moving on to the required and proposed buffers, the LDC requires for large non-residential projects to have a 25 type C buffer along any collector or arterial roadways. The master plan is providing that, so no problems there. Also, the LDC requires a 20-foot type D with a wall along any residential areas. The applicant is proposing a 15-foot type D with a fence, and as noted, they will not be requesting that 15 type C. So the conditions, I know the applicant had spoke about revised conditions, but it's already in one of the conditions to require that 15-foot type D with a fence. Okay. The applicant is also requesting a deviation from DRA buffers that the LDC requires a 15-foot type C. The applicant is proposing a 5-foot type C. Staff has no concerns with that, and that is the DRA buffer. The requirement is that you have to have a buffer along access drives along the DRA, but staff has no concerns with that deviation. At the time of permitting, we will be looking for foundation landscaping, and also we will be reviewing building setbacks and FAR. I was going to touch on the lighting deviations, but as you have heard, the applicant will no longer be requesting that deviation. So move forward from there. The LDC does allow for 2.5 non-shielded and 5 shielded foot candles, so they would have to meet that requirement. There are a few deviations with the signage. The applicant is proposing 13 freestanding signs on 8 parcels, and you can see that lot 9 and 10 are internal to the collector, to the arterials. They are proposing, out of the 13, they are proposing 2 for the anchor store and 2 master development signs. The LDC allows for each parcel to have 1 freestanding sign. And as the applicant has shown, the left image is for the master development sign. The right is for the anchor tenant, and then the bottom will be for the other other parcels. And the signage plan has 200 square feet for each master development sign, 150 feet for both anchor tenant signs, and individual parcels will be calculated per LDC. I know the applicant wanted to revise one of the conditions, but the way we worded the conditions references the plans that they submitted, so it's already within the proposed conditions. Signs above 150 feet in the LDC have to be 20 feet from the right-of-way. In addition, signs cannot be allowed in the buffer areas. Because the site is along the arterial roadways and it has to meet large box standards, a 20-foot type C is required. And the applicant is requesting to place the signage in the buffers. After the staff report was written, we did have discussions with the applicant. We are currently not in favor of that deviation, but we will be willing to have ongoing discussions as far as maybe submitting renderings so we can see that it meets the intent of the LDC. Okay, and this is, I'm going into engineering comments now. Lot 4, which is that corner parcel, has drainage and slope easements. Engineering has stated that this can be modified or it may no longer be required depending on the project submittal, and that will be reviewed at time of permitting. I also labeled here so you can see A, B, oh, maybe I got that wrong. Sorry, that top one's supposed to be B, but A, B, C, and D. The site proposes 2 full access points, one lining up with the existing shopping center light and the other at B. A and C are right in and right out only, and D is proposed at right in only. The transportation analysis notes turn lanes will be needed on both roadways to serve these access points. Engineering division has proposed turn lane improvements will require right-of-way dedication. Staff does not favor that revision that the applicant has just stated for condition number 11. Thank you. 11. So the way we worded that condition is that they can still have ongoing discussion with engineering if that was to change. And going to condition number 12, there was ongoing discussions between us, the applicant, and engineering division. I'm going to read the last email that we sent out to the applicant that revises condition number 12. The following shall be required or as otherwise approved by the engineering division. In addition to the clear visibility triangles, the driveway aprons will need to meet the functional area of intersection standards of FDOT. The driveway connections to parcels 1 and 8 fronting on County Road 46 and County Road 491 will need to meet corner parcel spacing criteria of Table 7.2 corner parcel access spacing. Internal access points will need to meet minimum spacing criteria. Each parcel will be required to have a sidewalk connecting from their parking lot to the sidewalk in the county right-of-way, and the proposed bus stop must be relocated internally to the project to the satisfaction of the county engineer to eliminate conflicts with the intersection of County Road 46. Now, since then, engineering has stated that they are not in favor of driveway D being in the functional area, and they will not be supporting that. But we've had ongoing discussions, and I believe the way that condition number 12 reads is that the applicant and engineering division can continue those discussions, and they could be revised, and as long as they are satisfactory to the county engineer. I think that's all that I have. I did go through what the applicant already proposed. Again, condition number 4 already has the 15-foot type D buffer with the vinyl fence, so that's already in there. And again, we don't currently support signage in the buffer areas, but we will continue having ongoing discussions. And that's all I have for you. And I'll take any questions if you have.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. President.
Miranda, you touched briefly on the environmental studies, you know, the bald eagle, gopher tortoises, and the like. Can you?
I'll go back to that slide.
Can you just kind of touch on? Obviously, I know the applicant is going to do the right thing, but I just want to know what that is. You know.
So, because I don't know if the applicant wants to touch on this, but
you mentioned the bald eagle and it has to be relocated.
Yes, because the biological survey did find the bald eagle's nest, they have to meet U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, so that will require a permit if they did want to remove it. Now, if for some reason that they didn't get the permit, then yes, that would affect this proposal. So,
and I think
they'll have to get
condition
permits.
number 9 talks about that and says that they do have to make sure they get federal approval before any permitting approval.
So we'll be
I
looking
think
for
we've
that.
covered that.
Yep.
We're very cautious of that eagle, yes.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Could I expand on that for a second? At one time, it was considered acceptable to take gopher tortoises for a large development, which meant burying them. And then I believe the DOT changed that practice, but is that the intent for this development?
The condition is still the same. They will have to go to the state and get approval. I think taking is still an option, but the applicant can talk about what their plans are. They'll have to address state requirements for that, whatever they might be.
Well, let me ask them, given the choice between taking and relocation, what is their preference? In other words, do you intend to kill all the gopher tortoises on that site, or are you going to move them?
No, we are going to relocate them per state and federal standards.
Great.
Yes, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have questions.
Yes, sir.
Can you speak to the signage in the buffer that was mentioned in the Walmart property? Is that a particular fact?
Are you, say that one more time?
The deviation they're requesting for the signage in the buffer, we got the 25 and the 20-foot buffer.
Right.
Saying that we're not allowed to have it in there.
Mhm.
And then it was stated that there is signage in the buffer for the Walmart property. Do you know if that was a deviation that was allowed for that particular development?
I'm not aware of the development agreement.
Yeah, I don't know if that
It's been a while, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
been a
think they
while.
actually were allowed. We're talking with this applicant. They may give us a pretty rendering and it works. But right now, just saying blanket, sure, it's fine, is a concern. We don't normally allow that. Walmart, I don't think, was allowed that either. I know the new sites, like the tire store going in, could not.
Right. Yeah, so my point with it is, you know, obviously I understand you guys work with the with the developers, and everything ends up working out mostly. I just don't want it to be where Target, and I know these guys aren't Target, but I've lived here my entire life, and the Target has been this talk forever. So we get the Target,
Now
and
you
I
can
don't want
talk
people to
about
say,
it.
oh, you know, Target got special consideration that Walmart didn't. So that's my next point is the 400 square foot landscaping areas in the parking area. Does Walmart currently utilize the 400 square foot landscaping areas within the parking area? Do we know?
I think the development agreement gave them relief from that particular requirement.
They had relief as well?
When they did the development agreement, yes.
Okay, so-
Other sites, no. It's very rare.
Because I know that we have dealt with that in the past, and on multiple opportunities, we've said no to that.
Right. Staff is not supporting that as well. This is a vacant parcel.
Right. So what they're trying to say is that they're going to stuff 400 square feet worth of landscaping into a 200 square foot space, I think is what I'm understanding. But I don't think it's as much about the landscaping as it is about the grassy area, the relief from the pavement and the asphalt and.
Right. The sea of parking and being in Florida, yes.
Right.
You got
Okay.
it.
So in my opinion, and I'll just say while we're here talking about that particular, I don't support that deviation. I mean, Target's coming here. They have a really large parcel that they can design to meet, and every community is completely different. I go into areas and not all Targets look the same. I mean, you design to the area that you're going to, and I think that Target should have to, or I'm not saying Target, this development should have to conform.
Thank you. Anybody else? I think we're all set, Miranda. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll now move to the public input. Anybody wishing to speak in favor of this application? Anyone in favor? Anyone in favor? Seeing none, we'll move to anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Okay, we'll return it to the board for, I'm sorry, any closing comments, sir?
Any opposed?
I already asked for any opposed.
Nobody said.
No, I just want to clarify where we are with some of these conditions. It sounds like condition 12 relating to the engineering division's comments, that it's in the form that we actually thought that had been revised from, so we're okay with that at this point. We're also okay with number 4. And we do not need the 15-foot type D buffer added to number 7, given that it is in number 4. And yeah, that is it. The rest of the comments, which I believe leaves the 200 square feet of landscaping for every 10 parking stalls. And the only other comment I would mention is the right-of-way dedication. Just a little bit nervous about the language. I understand that there's an engineering department review, but just the idea of will be required for any new or expanded turn lanes. I would rather that be may if an expansion is required, but that's the prerogative of this board. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I return it to the board for any comments, questions, and possible action. Anyone want to start? Well, I personally think that the applicant has done their due diligence. I think they've done well. However, I don't agree with their request for the reduction in the parking space or the parking lot landscaping. I also have some concerns about going from 70% to 80% for the impervious surface ratio, and I think that was really my 2 things right there. And on condition number 9, I would like to add that we should include the eastern indigo snake and the Florida burrowing owl, because that was mentioned in their report.
I think that any other protected
other
species,
protected
they are both
species.
listed in our protected species, so
Okay.
we don't have to specify them, but we can if you'd like
Okay,
to.
I just want to make sure that we're not going to end up missing out.
We are not prejudiced. The protected species, all.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, this request is extremely detailed and
Yes.
has many different facets. The staff has studied in detail and has had extensive discussions with the applicant. I think we need to trust their judgment, and I think when we vote on this, I intend to vote for it and approve it, but not with any deviations from their conditions. Okay.
Okay.
That's how I see it, and I guess the only other condition I would like to add was to get rid of that goofy little median turn there at driveway C, and to make that just one continual turn lane.
That's going to be a long right turn lane.
That's a personal annoyance, but at any rate, I think we need to trust their concurrence or not concurrence with the applicant's requested deviations.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yep. So can we just get clarification on exactly where we're at with what the staff, because we've had a lot of back and forth with the deviations and what is and what isn't. So currently, where are we with the 13 conditions with the staff?
No problem.
With what your suggestions are?
Right. Conditions 1, 2, 3, and 4 are unchanged. Condition number 5, we are willing to say that instead of although signage cannot be placed in required buffer areas, that would be unless otherwise approved by staff. We're giving them the ability to give us a lovely rendering that meets that.
Okay.
Condition number 7 is as is, I think, with the consensus of the board. They're asking for the 200 square foot. We're not supporting that. Condition number 11, the applicant wanted the word will to be changed to may. We can't support that. That's up to you. They also wanted the words unable to be accommodated within existing right-of-way, also not supported by engineering. Condition number 12 is a work in progress, but Miranda did read it. I think the applicant's aware of, I know the applicant's aware of that specific language. We know that is definitely a work in progress. Condition 13 remains unchanged, and 14 and 15 remain unchanged. Miss anything?
Okay.
I'm in agreement with all of those,
All right.
especially the 200 square foot from the 400 square foot. If we're going to allow them the extra 10% ISR, then stuff the landscaping square footage in there.
Okay. That sounds like a good idea. All right.
You clean that up.
So the only thing we have outstanding, as far as I can see, is Commissioner Stone and his
Right turn.
funky little right turn. Pleasure of the board. Anybody agree with him, disagree with him, or do we want to leave it up to staff?
I mean, isn't that like engineering? Isn't that an engineering call?
I think that.
I am an engineer.
Yes, but
I know that.
we're well aware we have engineering on staff. I think we have an engineering representative here who's listening to this, understood that we want it to be safe and make Mr. Stone happy as well. So I think we'll leave that to them to work on, but I don't know how else we could specify it. I hate to say, sure, you have to, don't do the continuous, and then we're messed up on safety.
I defer to the director.
Yes, defer to Ms. Jones and her engineering staff.
You have a big task in front of you, Ms.
Yes,
Jones.
she does, but they've been in constant discussions, and these applicants have been very, very accommodating to work with us. I do appreciate that. And with the protected species too, they hired a bald eagle expert immediately, so very, very good on their behalf.
All right. With that, do we have a motion?
Yes, for the purpose of a motion. The Planning and Development Commission finds application number PUD -22, hang on, am I at the right one?
Dash
Yeah, okay.
-01.
Dash 01, consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends approval with the conditions as amended of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
We have a second from Commissioner Barnes. Sorry. We have a first from Commissioner Bramblett and a second from Commissioner Barnes. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. You're welcome. All right. See. We have any more comments from staff?
You only have 3 on your next agenda. Thank you all for working so hard, and thank you, Mr. Berger, for sitting in. But 3 on the next agenda, so we're going good.
Boy, that's going to go fast. Any other comments
Honestly,
from
we're meeting with a lot of developers, so you've got a lot of big projects coming.
Any other comments from staff?
And goodbye to Mr. Sherman. We certainly will miss him.
Mr. Sherman.
Thank
good
you,
luck.
Mr. Sherman.
Good luck to you, Mr. Sherman, in your new endeavors. And with that, motion to adjourn.